All right, guys, welcome to the NFL Draft Extravaganza. It's finally here. The collaboration between Fan Response and Carpool Chats, it's all here. Isaiah's joining me here from Fremont, California. Trevor's here on camera with me from Pennsylvania. Martin's from Fresno, California. We got Evan Summers from West Virginia. People all around the country. We're ready to get started on this. Isaiah, how you feeling?
I think Isaiah's
we just lost Isaiah, but all right, I'll go to Shri. Shri, how are you feeling so far?
Hey, feeling great. Finally great to have some sort of sporting event on. It's been a few months now.
And yeah, it's been a long time.
Thanks to the NFL for, continuing to do the draft, virtually. I think it's a great idea, and I think that's exactly what us sports fans need after kind of a hiatus from, the way that things have been recently. So.
Yeah. So, Shri, you actually don't think that Joe Burrow should be the number one pick, and you have your reservations about Tua Tagovailoa. Walk us through that.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, outstanding quarterback, 60 touchdowns last year at LSU, set some records. I think that he's going to be a great quarterback at the NFL level. It's not the reason I don't think he should be number one. I just think that Chase Young is the best player in the draft this year. He's by far the best player, the most dominant player in America last year. And I think that the Bengals have a chance to build around him, just similarly to how, the Broncos built around Von Miller. You get that defensive player, you get some offensive weapons, and either they draft Chase Young or they draft Burrow. Either way, I don't see them winning a lot of games. So I think that honestly, build a good team around the quarterback that you have right now, Andy Dalton, and you have opportunities in the future to go out and get a quarterback, whether it be next year's draft or through free agency. Kind of the way that we saw the Broncos build their team back in the early 2010s, I guess. Also around Tua, he's a great player. He's a great athlete, strong arm. I just think that, he had a lot of talent around him. I don't know if that's really going to his game is really going to translate well to the NFL level. I feel like he did just throw up a lot of bombs. If you look at his average yards per completion, it's over 20 yards per completion that he had, and I really don't think that translates well to the NFL level. Earlier I was saying that he was just a Johnny Manziel without the character issues, and I really do stand by
I love it and hate it at the same time. I mean, I disagree, but I love the boldness in the take, Tree.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see his skills translating well into the NFL level. Now, that doesn't mean he won't be a decent starting quarterback. I just don't see him being anything more than that. I see his ceiling as, an average starter, and I do see the potential for a bust, for him being a bust. So that's why I'm not too hot on Tua. I just think that the talent he had surrounding him, he has 2 first-round receivers, a couple of first-round picks at offensive line, and especially when he goes to a team that drafts so high like the Dolphins or maybe even the Chargers, I just feel like he doesn't have those pieces around him to enable him to be successful.
Yeah, plus the injury concerns. Tree, why don't you share your screen with us so we can watch, the draft being silent played in the background. And then I'm going to go to my fellow Buckeye, Trevor. Trevor, how are you feeling about the draft, man, and the possibility of Tua ending up on your former San Diego Chargers, now LA Chargers?
I'm feeling pretty good on this. I've seen a lot of the Chargers fans want to go defensive, getting a linebacker in the first round. And I'm saying you gotta get a quarterback. It's time for you. I understand Tyrod Taylor is a quarterback. He can produce numbers if he had to, but I think it's time to go get a franchise quarterback. I don't want to see them lose and try to tank for Trevor Lawrence for next year's draft. We don't know what next year's going to even look like. It could be a possibility where Trevor Lawrence doesn't play next year due to the coronavirus. So it may affect his performance and his stats for the next coming up season. So you just got to be careful on how do you tank for next year. So I would say look for this year, get a quarterback in the first round, and start building a franchise that can be a championship contender.
Well said, Trevor. And a lot is not mentioned about the fact that we don't know what the landscape of next year is going to look like. What if we don't even have an NFL season? I'm not trying to scare people here, but you don't know if you'll have all those opportunities to really tank what Dalton and that offense is going to look like. So while tanking for Trevor Lawrence and getting a Chase Young, maybe the best option for the Bengals from a football standpoint, there's no guarantees in the National Football League. Any given team on any given Sunday. Evan, do we got you over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you went over a lot about Alabama football and what you thought about Tua's potential. Where do you think he gets picked today?
I think for sure the Dolphins are going to pick him if he even gets that far. But I think for sure the Dolphins might trade up to get him at 4 or something. But I think it's a lock in for the Dolphins.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get Isaiah back into the show, but it's going to be interesting, certainly. Does anyone here, besides Shree, have anything to say about that number 1 overall pick? We all think that Burrow for sure is going to land on the Bengals, but anyone who thinks that there should be another player taken number 1?
I agree with Shree with this. I think they should take Chase Young or maybe trade down to get multiple picks, because just getting Joe Burrow is not going to help you out. You don't have an offensive line. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to change your franchise unless you get more picks. So I think they need to do something there.
Definitely well said over there. We're getting Isaiah back into the show right now. Isaiah, stay on hold while we get Isaiah back. Ryan, you're an Ohio kid. Where do you believe Burrow to be landing? And as far as his NFL potential?
I see Burrow as the number 1 overall pick. I know, little bit of a shocker, but at the end of the day, everyone knows quarterbacks are always overvalued. And if you're even decent to really good at the quarterback position, you'll most likely be taken first overall, even though you're not the best player in the draft. Because I agree with Shree in that Chase Young is the best player, but due to the importance of the quarterback position, Burrow is going to be taken first overall because he had a great season and he plays the quarterback position. It's that simple.
Yep, it really is that simple, guys. It's not much of a math equation here. What about the running backs, guys, falling so deep into the draft? Jonathan Taylor and J.K. Dobbins really nowhere near the middle of the first round and would be lucky to be late first rounders. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, Summers made this point yesterday on Fan Response in that there's so many good running backs in today's NFL and coming out of every draft that you don't necessarily need to take one in the first round. I still think running backs are valuable, but given the fact there's only 32 starters in the league, and also given the fact that at any one time there's like 50 star caliber running backs, I believe, in the league at any given point in time, I don't think it makes sense to draft one in the first round, especially if you're a team with multiple other needs.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Obviously wish the best for our Big Ten running backs, Jonathan Taylor and J.K. Dobbins, a conference that churns out consistently some of the best running back talent out there. Screw that running back you list. But anyone here have any who do you guys believe will be the best first round selection? I'm going to throw it over to Isaiah. Isaiah, are you back here with us?
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I'm just really bummed that, my internet was working so well. And then right as we were about to start the show, right as Steven pressed start on the live video, my internet just completely crapped out. I'm so sorry for that.
Don't worry, Isaiah. That's how a lot of us are feeling about this COVID-19 crisis. Everything was working so well, and then boom. So we're all there with you, Isaiah. Isaiah, who will be your ideal first round pick selection?
For me, the best first round pick selection, I'm gonna go with a guy that I don't know if you guys have heard about, but he's really rising the last couple of weeks, and then it is my guy, the beast that I call him, Derrick Brown, the defensive lineman from Auburn. He is a beast. He's like 320. I think that, if he ends up in the right system, he's going to wreak havoc on the defensive line.
Yeah, for sure. And Martin, your Raiders are slotted in at the number 12 and number 19 pick. Who do you expect the Raiders to select and why? All right, so I'm gonna move on to Trevor here. Trevor, at quarterback, do you think the Chargers should absolutely go quarterback? And if they do, which quarterback do you see them taking?
It's really tough because the position of the team right now is you just released new jerseys, and do you get a quarterback that can wear these jerseys and bring hype into the city? You just got a new stadium too, so it's a perfect reason to go get a quarterback that can lead this new Chargers team into a new era of their organization. So I think they should go quarterback in that sense, but you could also look at them building up their defense and shutting down Patrick Mahomes, shutting down the Broncos, and shutting down the Las Vegas Raiders, because last year they got swept in their division. So it looks like they lost a lot of close games. So you got to look at, do you go on the offensive side, try to win those games, or do you make sure your defense create turnovers and get pick sixes to win those games when the game's on the line like that?
Well, it's a pass-heavy league, Trevor, and I think you absolutely have to take the franchise-changing quarterback, Tua. He may be injured right now, and I don't think he has that potential yet, but can he evolve into it? I think so. Martin, do we have you back here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Your Raiders have the number 12th and number 19th pick. If any of these quarterbacks fall to the Raiders, obviously not going to be Burrow, but I'm talking about Tua, Herbert, and Love. Would you want to take them at number 12?
No. At 19, I'll take Tua or Herbert. But Love,
Okay.
No. At 12, it'll be receiver. Simple as that. Either Jeudy or Ruggs. I don't even think we'll take Cedee. But I'm hoping Jeudy. We need a number one receiver. AB's gone. Tyrell's always hurt last year anyways. And number 2 is Hunter Renfrow, slot receiver. We need a number one receiver. Let's get it done.
For sure.
For sure. Can't argue with that. So number 19, where are we going? I know number 12, we're going to go with Jerry Jeudy. What about number 19 for the Raiders?
They'll probably go cornerback. Most likely, I think.
Ryan, I want to get your take on the Browns. Where do they go?
All right, all depends on who's available. We discussed this yesterday. If Isaiah Simmons, the linebacker out of Clemson, is available, the Browns absolutely have to get him at number 10. But outside of someone like him falling to the Browns, you have to go tackle. There are so many talented tackles in this league that if one of the top 4 is available at 10, you have to pick them. One of the top 4 tackles or Isaiah Simmons. If it's not one of those 5 guys at the 10 spots, I will be very disappointed. But there is an equal likelihood we move back in the draft, and then I'll have to reevaluate if that does happen.
In a second, when the first pick comes on, Tree will take us away with the sound, and we'll get a reaction to Burrow likely being selected at number 1. We see all the great fans in Cincinnati, one of those franchises that has struggled again and again. I want to give this as an open question to you guys, all of you guys out here. How quickly do you think Burrow can change the fortunes of this franchise?
2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years.
Burrow will be the number 1 pick.
I would say I would agree. I do think that Joe Burrow has the capability of being a great NFL quarterback. Solid starter, Pro Bowler. But I do think it takes at least 3 years for the Bengals to get back get back to their winning ways. Just because their entire roster is just so depleted. I really don't see them being successful in year 1 or year 2, even with Joe Burrow as their quarterback.
By the way, I love that animation that's playing over on the NFL Network tree. That's they always come up with amazing animations.
Yeah, I always thought it was the Browns fans that put bags over their heads. I guess it's Bengals
Yeah.
fans.
It's just Ohio pro football in general.
Yeah. So we got about 9 minutes left.
Oh, Burrow's having a party.
Yeah. he knows what's about to happen. That expression on his face doesn't look too promising.
I love the Ohio shirt, though.
Yeah.
Repping the state.
Yeah.
But yeah, can the Bengals just select him already? We all know what you're gonna do. You can just speed this up.
They gotta give the history of Joe real quick, and then they'll select it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always annoying how they do the whole first pick 10 minutes. And everyone knows who's going to pick.
I mean, I really think it's just what I think, Trevor, were you one that said this, that they just want to show the highlights and then afterwards they'll select him? Or is that Martin? Or is that Shree?
That's Trevor, I believe.
Trevor's. I just wanted to give proper credits.
Thank you.
I'm loving these animations more and more.
Yeah, Shree. So, Shree, your Patriots are actually going to be number 23rd tonight. With everything that's been happening in them, all of the departures, obviously Tom Brady, and then Gronk coming out of retirement to go join Brady, where can the Patriots really go here in the draft? And not just the draft, the offseason, to get back into playoff contention?
Well, there are 3 main positions of need on the Patriots, I feel like. One of them being tight end. You know, as we've seen since we lost Gronk last year, our tight end production wasn't great. You know, Matt Lacoste was released. So I think that we definitely need to sign somebody at that position moving forward. Unfortunately, this draft class isn't too great in terms of tight ends. So, you know, maybe draft somebody later or sign somebody in the offseason. Another position I see need in is front 7, specifically edge rusher.
Right.
And that's something I hope we address in the first round today. You know, I'd love to get someone like Gross Matos or AJ Epinosa later on in the first round. And then the third position of need is really offensive line. Offensive line, we saw last year at times they struggled to protect Brady. You know, we just franchise tagged our guard Thuney, and we can't really afford to pay him. So I fully expect that we're going to trade him. I think it's a tag and trade that they're trying to do by franchise tagging him. So I definitely see a need at offensive line as well, both the tackle and inside offensive line. So I feel like whether it be through the draft or whether it be through the rest of the offseason, those are really the 3 areas that the Patriots need to address.
Yeah.
What would you think the likelihood that the Patriots would trade up to the teens in the draft if Tua were to fall? Do you see that as being a possibility?
I really don't. I think that one of the main things that I think would be in consideration was his poor Wonderlic score. We've seen in the past that players have come into the Patriots and not been able to grasp their offense. We've seen that with receivers like Chad Ochocinco, and we've seen that with quarterbacks like Ryan Mallett that they had in the past. These guys have come in and they've not really been able to understand the complexity of Josh McDaniels' offense. And I feel like that low Wonderlic score for Tua is a red flag to a team like the Patriots, to where, you know, he may not be able to come in and execute in that offensive scheme. And Alabama, I feel like, does not have a very complex offensive scheme like the Patriots do. So I really don't see the Patriots drafting Tua. I know that there are rumors about that. I actually think that it's more likely they draft a quarterback later, maybe Jake Fromm or someone of the sort, rather than Tua in the first
What
round.
about like a Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts is a good proposition, but again, I just don't. He didn't score too well in the Wonderlic either. And, historically, the Patriots have not really had a mobile quarterback in their system. I'm not saying that Josh McDaniels couldn't make it work with a mobile quarterback, but I just feel like they prefer a quarterback that can, really drop back and pass the ball. I know the new craze in the NFL is mobile quarterbacks, but, we've always seen that Bill Belichick and the Patriots kind of go against the grain of whatever is going on in the NFL. So I really don't see them taking, Hurts either.
Yeah, that's a really good point over there. And I want to give a quick shout out to our fans tuning in over here. Shout out to Arjun Banerjee, Jerome Ford, Ashwin. We love and appreciate all the support, guys. Jerome Ford is actually also a Patriots fan, Shree. He says they're his best friends.
Good to hear.
And so I guess the last team we have to go over is Evan's Steelers. Evan, where can you see the Steelers, bouncing back? Obviously, other than Big Ben's major injury, him recovering from that, where else can they improve to poise themselves for a possible playoff or championship push this year?
Well, the only position I can really think of is wide receiver. But for the draft, I think second round, what we need to do is we need to get a quarterback. I think we need to get Jalen Hurts. We saw what happened this year. If Big Ben goes down, we have the two worst quarterbacks in the NFL. So I think for sure the best case scenario for the Steelers is to get Jalen Hurts. I see most of the mock drafts have us getting a tackle. I don't think that's really as urgent as a quarterback. But our biggest weakness with Big Ben is a wide receiver.
And so if Jordan Love were to just somehow fall over to the Steelers, one of their later picks, or they say they traded down, is that somebody you would want the Steelers to take a chance on?
Absolutely not. I don't think I think he got the two top quarterbacks, obviously, Tua and Joe Burrow. And I think it's a big fall from there. I don't think Justin Herbert's a good quarterback. I don't think Jordan Love's a good quarterback. I think these are all game managers at best. They're backup quarterbacks. I can see Jalen Hurts making his way to being a starter, but he's still not even a starting caliber quarterback. I think those two are the best quarterbacks. And it's
all right, Tree, that pick is in. Who do we have at the number one pick?
All right.
As much as I don't think it should be Burrow, I think it's going to be Burrow.
How much time do we have until that number one pick gets announced?
It's getting announced right now.
All right, let's tune in, guys.
All right.
Joe Burrow.
That win over Alabama, and then changing his jersey name to Burrow in classic Louisiana style. He was in every way the Lion King as he won that Heisman Trophy in a landslide and over $500,000 raised to the Athens Food Pantry. Even got a giraffe named after him. He put up a sign in Baton Rouge this week thanking them for everything they've done. And, of course, self-deflecting as well, basically monitoring and saying, I haven't gotten a haircut in a month, so don't make fun of me. I couldn't get to the barber and get cleaned up. But, ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in. The Bengals have turned in their selection. Let us go to the commissioner.
All right, let's go, guys.
Here we go. With the first pick in the 2020 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow, quarterback.
All right, there it is, guys.
Boom.
What?
Real
I
quickly.
didn't know that was
What?
Congratulations to the Ohio kid from Athens, Ohio. Bengals go with Joe Burrow. Ryan, you seemed especially surprised.
Who could have seen this coming? This is just a shocker.
So we have Joe Burrow on the Cincinnati Bengals. Martin, is this guy going to be able to carry the weight of a falling franchise?
Yes.
And do what Derek Carr couldn't do?
Okay. They need to get an offensive line, first of all. So this year they'll probably go 4-12. Next year, get receivers, get some linebackers again, get young. They'll get good, but not anytime soon. He won't be better than Carr this year.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll be better than Carr this year. Maybe in 2 years he'll be hella better than Carr, but not this year.
not this year. Certainly not this year.
Yeah.
let's go over to Shree and Evan, who thought that the best football decision would have been the Cincinnati Bengals to have to Chase Young and possibly, build up the other parts of their team through free agency or maybe tanking. What are your thoughts on this pick right here at number 1, Joe Burrow?
Well, I think, like you said, that it was a bad decision. I think they should have either traded down to get more players or get the best player available because their team is terrible. They have really Joe Mixon's their strongest position, or AJ Green. That's about it. They have no offensive line. They have no defensive line. They have no linebackers, no safeties, no cornerbacks. So you're going to see the Bengals probably do as worse as they did last year and maybe even get Joe Burrow hurt. So I don't really understand the decision.
Right, but this is the hometown Ohio kid. This is the guy who is from Athens, Ohio. Shree, I know it's 3 to 4 hours outside of Cincinnati. You don't have to tell me that. I went to Ohio State with these guys, with you, Ryan, and Trevor. But this is still the Ohio home state guy. And this is, the storyline that'll draw fans for Cincinnati, revitalize that franchise. What makes you think that he can't carry this franchise out of the cellar, just like LeBron James and Derrick Rose did for their teams? I know it's a different sport.
Well, yeah, basketball, there's 5 players on the court. And then in football, you have 22 players. So, their defense isn't good enough and their offense isn't good enough. Their offensive line isn't good enough to protect him. So even, looks like he's going to be a great quarterback. But if he's going to be getting sacked 5 times a game, rushed 20 times a game, can't make a pass because he's getting rushed, is this not going to be helpful for him or anybody, even if he's the hometown kid? I don't know.
Well said. Let's step over to Trevor, who must be so disappointed that Burrow did not fall to the LA Chargers.
This was a no-brainer that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to pick him up. Oh, Washington Redskins are up. Yeah, I'll finish up my comment real quick.
Redskins picks are in.
I think that this is a interesting move. Yes, it's going to re-spark the franchise, but you kind of need a offensive line to protect Joe Burrow. I feel like if you give him a front line, I think he can make plays happen and get the ball to the current wide receivers within the Cincinnati Bengals. But if he doesn't have that front 7, he's just going to have an awful year. He's just going to struggle. He's just going to rush passes at that point, and that's where picks are going to happen. It's going to look really, really bad his first year.
And you guys got to remember, while Burrow is an athletic guy and he did extremely well in college, he is not the freak athlete that a Russell Wilson or Cam Newton is. Cam Newton had a lot of success in the NFL for a bit. Jerome Ford wants to know, did we watch the games or study stats? We do both, really. We look at a combination of both. Ryan is pretty much a stat king of the show. I like to watch the games and look at the stats as well. But yeah, as I was saying, he is a very successful guy at the college level, and he certainly was the runaway Heisman winner and finalist. But Joe Burrow does not have the same freakish athleticism that you would see in a Lamar Jackson, Cam Newton, or a Russell Wilson. And I know the league is shifting towards a more athletic quarterback.
One thing you got to remember, though, about Joe Burrow, and it's not taking anything away from all his accomplishments last year, but you saw his season 2 years ago. He was nowhere near the Heisman Trophy candidate that he was last year. And then they bring in Joe Brady, they revamp their offense, and then you see how well he performs. Now, do the Bengals have offensive coaching that's capable of getting as much out of Burrow as we saw they did at LSU last year? I don't know. Is Zach Taylor? It's too early to tell. Bengals offensive staff, they do have some talent, like Ryan said, with Joe Mixon and AJ Green, but can they really implement the style of offense that Joe Burrow ran so efficiently last year at LSU? I think that's definitely one of the big questions that remains to be answered, and that really will have an effect on how well Joe Burrow plays, because we saw season to season, the dramatic shift in play style and the dramatic opening up of that LSU offense and how dynamic Joe Burrow is able to be. But if he's not handed the right system, if he's not handed the right tools, can he replicate that success at an NFL level?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's
Oh, yeah, Isaiah, go ahead.
That's the thing I was gonna say. I think the Bengals shouldn't start Joe Burrow like his first season. I know a lot of fans are gonna be clamoring for Joe Burrow to start, but I think they should ride it out with Andy Dalton for a year. Let Burrow sit on the bench, learn the system. Let Andy Dalton take all those hits, and then you have a year to improve your offensive line, improve your wide receivers, and then after Andy Dalton is done this year, then you thrust Joe Burrow in, and he'll have like a year in the system. You have better wide receivers, better offensive linemen. I think it'll be a better situation for him than if you throw him into the fire right now.
That's fair, and that seems to be a lot more of a popular opinion among young quarterbacks now, is to not start them right away, but to really, give them the tools to succeed backing up for a while. They did it with Alex Smith, wasn't as successful, or Aaron Rodgers, and they did it with Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith. We've seen success of that before. Looks like we're about.
All right, Chase Young just got selected.
All right.
Looks like it's going to be Chase Young.
That have had multi-years with double-digit sack seasons. Mike Vrabel and Chase Young. That's the entire list. That's why a lot of people think that they are zeroing in on the man they call the Predator because of those long dreadlocks he likes to wear. There's Ron Rivera, the new head coach of the Washington Redskins, and Kyle Smith, the VP of Player Personnel. Nice sectional couch, by the way. So we believe the pick is in. Let's see what Washington is going to do. Let's go to Roger Goodell.
With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive
end. All right, guys.
Yeah, OSU.
OH. All right.
Wow, I thought they were going to go into a different
direction.
direction.
Ryan Tree and Trevor. It's going to be an excellent year for this guy. He's slotted to be a Hall of Fame superstar, in my opinion. I think he's more talented than J.J. Watt, but I'm going to turn it over to my other Buckeyes to describe just how special of a talent Chase Young is.
I mean, if you just look at Chase Young, he had a season that was better than any of the Bozas had. And if you just look at how good the Bozas have done in the NFL already, it just shows you the potential this guy has. He could be a beast, a Hall of Fame talent, as Steven said.
Yeah, this is a guy with zero bust potential. He absolutely dominated in college. It took a double team for Wisconsin to finally limit this guy and shut him down for a bit. But against single coverage, against double coverage, this guy's hard to stop. And certainly if you put a single matchup on him, he is going to destroy that matchup all the time. I'm looking forward to the matchups between Chase Young and Mekhi Becton.
Second hometown player in a row. It's from Washington, D.C., got drafted by the Redskins. Chase Young is the best defensive player I've seen at a college level ever. He is so outstandingly dominant. You put him one-on-one on any tackle in college football, he's going to beat him. You double team him, he still finds a way to disrupt the play. And the thing that impressed me the most about Chase Young is that he doesn't just go for the sack, he goes for the ball. And you've seen that in games multiple times where, Chase Young comes around the corner and knocks the ball out of the quarterback's hands. He is so dynamic. He's fast. He has, all the athletic ability and all the traits, size. And, what really surprises me is you see some plays where, they run an option or they run, they have a run play in the backfield that develops in the backfield. You see him stop on a dime, look at the quarterback, understand the play, and chase the running back and tackle him in the backfield. And I've seen that so many times from Chase Young. That's something I did not see as much from the Bosa brothers. And the Bosa brothers, we've seen how successful they've been in the NFL. So I think that Chase Young is definitely better than both of the Bosa brothers. And I definitely think that, he's going to be the best pick in the draft this year.
Yeah, I don't think that's too bold of a pick, Tree. I think this is a guy, like you said, who has the IQ, not just the athleticism, the IQ to succeed at an elite level within the NFL. It'll be very, very interesting to see how he integrates with that Washington fortified defensive line. he's not exactly competing against the greatest quarterbacks within his division either, or the greatest offenses in the NFC East. This guy is going to dominate the East for many, many years to come. I'm going to turn it to Trevor.
I think Chase Young is definitely going to dominate the NFC East. Looking at the NFC East, it's just broken down. There's no really front seven besides the Dallas Cowboys, who had a decent one for Zeke. But it's just like he will sack Daniel Jones easily, get to Carson Wentz, probably injure Carson Wentz in that sense. Eagles would need to probably find a new quarterback and stop relying on an injured Gazelle at this point. And then the Cowboys
I love the smack talk, Trevor. I love it. Very fiery today. Lots of energy.
And then the Cowboys, the Cowboys is going to be the most interesting for him to get through, since the Cowboys have like a unit front line in that division. But I feel like you can still break down that line and get to Dak and make him throw uncomfortable throws that he doesn't want to throw.
Yeah. Hey, Jerome, if you're still out there, I want you to let me know in the comment section below. What do you think about our Ohio State Buckeyes as a team?
Also, the Lions pick is in, and I just have to say before it becomes official, don't be shocked if Derrick Brown, the defensive tackle from Auburn's taken here. I heard a lot of people saying, including Isaiah, that he was rising in boards. So don't be shocked if it's a D tackle out of Auburn here, because the Lions did not trade the pick, as it seems.
Yep.
So
I agree.
Just as a reminder to everybody, I'm 2 for 2 in the mock draft right now. I had Burrow going number 1, Chase Young at number 2. I fully expect Okudah to be taken here, actually, because he is such a shutdown corner, and the Lions are facing up against some decently pass-heavy teams. I'd be kind of surprised if they don't go with the big talent of Okudah.
Jeff Okudah.
Here we go. Jeff
OSU.
Okudah, the Ohio State OH.
I.O.
Could not have called it at a better time. Congratulations to Jeff Okudah and his family. Must be a very, very proud moment for them. Evan, I haven't heard you speak in a long time. From outside of a Buckeye standpoint, you're a Crimson Tide fan. What were your feelings about that Ohio State defense and Okudah's career with the Buckeyes?
Well, I'd like to go back to Chase Young first. I think for quarterbacks, you always talk about how they don't show up in the big games usually. Well, let's look at Chase Young's stats in the 3 biggest games of the year. 0 sacks against Michigan, Wisconsin, and Clemson. 0 tackles against Michigan. 1 tackle against Clemson. And 4 tackles against Wisconsin. So no one ever talks about that. I think that's very interesting. So you say you can't get past double teams, but what about the NFL? They're going to double team you in the NFL. You're on the Redskins. You don't really have another defensive lineman. Jonathan Allen just got arrested this past offseason. So you just got Chase Young. You don't think they're going to double team him there? So I don't see him having a standout year as everyone else is saying. I think he's a great player, but I mean, there's only so much you can do.
I just have to say that, honestly, I think a lot of that was due to the fact that those teams double teamed him and also had running backs and tight ends chipping him before going out for passes. He was the focus of everyone on the offensive line. They went in with the game plan that if anyone's going to beat us, it's not going to be Chase Young. I think that explains the lack of stats in those games. But if you watch those games, he made an impact.
And you see all the players around him. You see in those games, Zach Harrison played better. You see that Ja'Shawn Cornell played better. You see all these players playing better and getting more sacks in those games because they had so much pressure. They focused on Chase Young so much. So I definitely think that, he definitely had a presence in those games. It may not show up on the stat line, but you talk about big games. I remember against Penn State last year, he came up big. Against Wisconsin the first time, he came up big. He's come up big in big games, and that's the reason why Michigan and Clemson, they literally keyed in on Chase Young. And like Ryan said, they had double teams and, running backs and tight ends chipping him before going out on routes. And, I've also heard a lot from the Ohio State defensive coaches that there was a lot of holding and, other ticky-tacky stuff going on where they literally threw everything at him. And that's what it takes to stop someone as dominant as Chase Young. So
Yeah.
I definitely see that even if he doesn't make an impact himself on the Washington defensive line, I feel like he makes everybody around him better. And that's definitely going to improve the entire Washington Redskins defense as a whole.
Hey, let me get in on here. So about Chase Young, as I said on the pre-draft show on Tuesday, the Washington Redskins, they need to learn from the San Francisco 49ers and build that defensive line. I know their defensive line, they've got a lot of great pieces. It's a defensive line wins games in the NFL. So that's a great pick for them. And Okudah, I actually expected the Lions would trade that pick, but I guess like nobody wanted to offer them what they wanted to jump up to 3. And, Okudah to the Lions, it makes sense because Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn, their owner, has made it clear that they are on the hot seat this year. If they don't make the playoffs, they are both out in Detroit, and their defense was awful last year, and they lost Darius Slay. So pretty good replacement. So, yeah, I like the 2 picks for both the Redskins and Detroit.
Yeah, I'm 3 for 3 in the draft so far. It's looking good. We got a comment from a live viewer. Jerome Simpson says, honestly, the Buckeyes have been putting up some real talent out there. They really have, guys. They have been putting up amazing talent. So much pro-level domination and pro bowlers defensively that Ohio State's been putting out.
Hey,
When
Steven,
will it translate to a national title, guys? I'm growing impatient here.
Steven, sorry to cut you off, but I just read somewhere on Twitter that there is trade talks currently going on for the Chargers to move up to number 4 with the Giants. So look out for that.
All right, let's look out for that. But let's answer that question real quick. What's preventing Ohio State from going all the way here with all this NFL talent they're churning out?
Clemson.
I mean, if you just look at it, there's other teams like Alabama and Clemson that produce NFL talent, and sometimes just not your year. Ohio State has had bad luck against Clemson. If that game was played in a best-of-3 series or a best-of-5, Ohio State may have won, but at the end of the day, luck plays a huge factor into college sports sometimes. You know this. We all know this. And Ohio State just hasn't had the best luck recently, but I believe that sooner or later we will get that title.
Yeah, you know what I think? It's just smack dab in the middle of 2 dynasties, a tough situation to overcome. But let's circle back to what Isaiah said, which is that the number 4 pick may be traded for by the Chargers. Let's see. Where do you guys expect number 4 to – who do you guys expect to be the number 4th player selected, and which team will have that pick?
I believe that it will be either Mekhi Becton or Tristan Wirfs, the offensive tackle, to the Giants.
I agree with Ryan. I think that the Giants, they need an offensive line. We saw how many fumbles Daniel Jones had last year because, he's getting pressured literally every down. So I agree. I agree with Ryan. There's 3 really good offensive tackles right now. Becton, Wirfs, the guy from Alabama. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but
Willis.
Yeah, Jedrick Willis.
I think they go with one of those 3.
You know what? I've been 3 for 3. I'm going to continue to press my luck here. I will go Isaiah Simmons at linebacker. I know it's not the most pressing need for this Giants team, but with so much talent at that linebacker position and Isaiah Simmons, I think they stay at number 4 and they pick this guy.
Pick is in.
And the
Giants
pick is in, guys. All right, final call, guys. Final roll call. Who do you got at number 4? I got Isaiah Simmons.
I got Andrew Thomas from Georgia.
Tristan Wirfs.
Tristan Wirfs.
All right, guys.
Isaiah Simmons. Let's go with this.
Love it, Trevor. Love it.
Giants are now ready to roll. They won that Super Bowl. Super Bowl 4.
I guess they're not quite ready to pick yet.
Oh, Shree, look, it's one of your heartbreaking losses as a Patriots fan.
And missed the playoffs after that.
Oh, man. That's when karma bites you in the ass right there with Odell Beckham.
Fired the coach. Tough love.
The Giants have always been that team. It's like they're the Robert Horry of NFL teams. You know how Tim Duncan described Horry? he doesn't really show up until the last minute, until he feels like showing up. And that's when he honestly turns it on. And it's funny to hear, but that's just the way it is.
Totally agree. And, when you guys say Isaiah Simmons, that wouldn't be a bad pick for them. I remember the last 2 times they beat us in the Super Bowl, it was because of a dominant defensive line and their ability to get to Brady. So their calling card has long been dominance defensively, and that's how Tom Coughlin took them to champion. So should they pick Isaiah Simmons? I don't think it's a bad pick. However, I do see them going offensively here just because they picked Daniel Jones so high last year, and you need to protect your investment in the NFL. Otherwise, it's
Hey guys, I'm just reading on Twitter. Watch out for Derrick Brown. Dave Gettleman reportedly really loves this guy.
All right.
All right, let's see if they're ready to pick. Oh, I guess not.
Not yet, guys. Not yet.
the Giants.
They were just
I don't. I
You
really.
guys?
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Oh, we got it? Cool.
Likes to call the hog mollies, the big guys up front. Isaiah Simmons is still there. Davos Woody
Yes,
is
sir.
a beautiful football player. What will the Giants do? The pick is in. Let's go to the commish. With the 4th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas.
Oh my God!
Bingo!
Andrew Thomas out
What?
of Georgia. Isaiah,
Are
I
you
need to go to
kidding me?
Google right now. Glory to your Bulldogs.
Hey, before I get into this Andrew Thomas thing, all I gotta say is the best college football university out there is the Georgia Bulldogs. We've got the best head coach, best system. Man, I love this pick for the Giants. This
Oh
guy is
my
a
God.
big
Get this guy out
baller.
of here right
He's
now.
gonna be able
there's
to
no title to
protect.
prove it, Steven.
Hey, I'm not gonna get into what happened against Alabama because we know there
You
was
lose
some
to a backup
questionable
quarterback.
calls with the referees, but dude, Andrew Thomas is a great fit. The Giants needed offensive line help badly. They signed Nate Soldier last year. He was terrible. Daniel Jones, I believe, took the most sacks in the NFL or something like that. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. If I'm the Giants, however, I would have traded the pick though, because I kind of agree with you guys that Andrew Thomas is kind of a reach here, but you had to get the guy that you had to get.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
I have
you know
to
what?
say, this is definitely a reach. I had Andrew Thomas going to the Bucks at pick 14. I just think he's the 4th best tackle in this draft, not the 1st.
I agree with Ryan. Another questionable pick from Dave Gettleman. Will it work out as well as we think Daniel Jones is going to work out? It'll be interesting to see.
Very, very interesting to see. As you see, a lot of highlights of Georgia out here. Isaiah, don't get too high on your delusions yet. Just because you got one miracle 4th pick, that means you're still 3rd fiddle to the Ohio State University in Clemson.
Steven's just a little upset that his mock draft's no longer perfect.
Yes, that's true as well. I got to take out my bias a little bit. But
All I gotta say is at least we didn't lose 31-0 to Clemson.
Oh,
you couldn't even get into that situation because of how much you choked in the regular season.
but no, I want to hear from Summers. Summers, if the Dolphins pick anyone besides Tua, how big a mistake do you believe that would be?
Well, I don't know who else you'd pick. You're not going to pick a quarterback if you're not going to pick Tua. So I have no idea where they'd go. So they have to pick Tua. I mean, it's a walk-in.
There's reports saying that they're interested in offensive tackles. If they pick a tackle here, do you believe that'd be a mistake?
Well, you can never go wrong with offensive linemen, and there's a lot of good ones here, but they need a quarterback.
I'll be back shortly, guys.
Josh Rosen's just not it for them. I don't know if they still have Kirk Cousins, but neither of those are going to be around for very long. So if they don't take Tua, that would be a shock, but I think – go ahead.
What if they go Herbert?
I don't really like him. I mean, there's always big talks about him and the strong arm and whatnot, but he didn't really do anything at Oregon. So he wasn't very impressive to me.
Yeah, let's get everyone's prediction. Who does everyone believe the pick will be here? I have to believe it's Tua.
I'm going to say it's going to be Wirfs or Isaiah Simmons. Those are the two best players available right now. And speaking of Tua versus Herbert, I think that if they take a quarterback, it should be Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert, if he came out last year, he was projected to be the first quarterback taken. He played in a, more complex offensive system there up in Oregon than Tua did at Alabama. He scored much better on his Wonderlic test. I think that he's limited his turnovers, and he's a quarterback that can really make any throw on the field. I think what he just lacks is the flashiness that Tua had in college. But if I were to go quarterback here, I would go Justin Herbert over Tua, no question.
Yeah, I think that Herbert will be taking over Tua because of the health concerns and because Herbert does have some of that physical prowess that you want in a franchise-level quarterback. I don't think he has the touch, though, to really succeed at the NFL level or the mechanics. And I know that Tua didn't run in the most complex system, but I see more of that out of Tua. With that being said, though, I'm 3 for 4 right now. I will go with Justin Herbert. Do I think he should be the one drafted by the Dolphins? No, but I think that is the direction they're going to lean, given everything I said.
Hey, guys, before any of you guys go, I'm just going to say that I'm looking at Twitter right now, and there is reports from the guy that runs Walter Football that this is going to be a shocking pick by the Dolphins. So
a shocking pick. All right, guys. Jordan Love.
A shocking
reliable source.
pick.
Is it going to be Hurts? That's the thing. He jumps up and shocks everybody.
If it's Hurts, that'll be crazy.
I can imagine Isaiah Simmons. Brian Flores is a defensive-minded coach. Isaiah Simmons is the best player available right now.
Right.
That'd be a nice pick.
So, Trevor, if something unexpected does go down.
Breaking news!
Yes.
Shams Charania from the NBA is reporting that his sources are telling him Miami is drafting Alabama's Tua Tagovailoa with the number 5 pick.
All right. So with that being said right there, a not so shocking pick, especially for me and Ryan and Summers out here. I'm going to turn it over to Trevor. Trevor, how happy or excited are you? All right, let's let that
we'll
pick
see
go
my
in.
reaction in a bit.
We're in a weird situation here.
Tua.
These guys. If this was a normal run-up to the draft, would this be as much of an issue as it is right now?
Probably not, Trey. And I think you look at it, he wouldn't be there at 5 if it weren't for the injury. They would have had to trade up to get
Trade
him.
for Nick Mullins.
Tackle's interesting. And then do you circle back and get a quarterback at 18 if you pass on Tua and Herbert? This is a fascinating pick. We've been talking about it, seems like, for 2 months every day.
Yeah, listen, it's going to be interesting. So, again, the Dolphins have the capital to do whatever they want here. Again, this is the first of their 3 picks in the first round. And there's still about 7 minutes to go. Oh, wait. We're hearing it now. The pick is in. Let's go to the commissioner and see what happens.
All right, guys.
2020 NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa.
Congratulations to the guy out of Alabama. Recovered a lot from injuries. Just everything he's been through at Alabama and revolutionizing that offense. I'm really happy for him. But now I got to turn it over to Trevor. A little bit of disappointment here in your eyes. How do you feel about the Chargers probably going with Justin Herbert with that next pick?
I just don't think Herbert is that guy to wear the new the Los Angeles Chargers new jersey. I just don't think he is. Yes, he had a great Rose Bowl game and all that stuff, but I need a brand name. I could say that's my quarterback, and I just don't think he can do it. I could be wrong and he could prove me right, but I might just have to start relying on other people on the team to get the job done if he can't really perform, unless they're gonna shock the world and go with Hurts, and that would be a huge uptaking in that sense.
Well, Shree thought that Herbert was the better quarterback coming out of this draft. How do you see him fitting into the LA Chargers at the pro level?
I just don't think he's a winner, to be honest. Yes, he has a potential of a big arm, but I'm looking at a quarterback that can win me the big games. And like Hurts is a quarterback that can do it. He's been to 3 national championships, even though he sat out in one. He came back. He led a team to the Oklahoma Sooners to the playoffs, even though he got beat by Joe Burrow badly. He can take a team, win close games. And I think that's a quarterback that is there. And also like bring the team up, get them excited. And he has that personality. When things need to get done, get down to business, he is that leader I can rely on and count on. I think he would be a perfect fit for the Chargers in that sense.
All right. Shree, what do you think about Herbert to the Chargers?
If it happens. Good move. But let me touch on Tua. My immediate reaction to this pick is that I'm very happy that the Dolphins picked Tua because this secures the division for the Patriots in the upcoming years.
Oh.
Ooh,
I don't see him being
Mac talk.
level, and I honestly see him washing out within 4 or 5 years, and I really don't think that the Dolphins can take that next step with Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback. I think that he's been overhyped. He's had immense talent around him, and you're going to see how he is in a Miami system where there's not nearly as much around him as we saw in Alabama. But touching on Herbert to the Chargers, I think, like I said, I think Herbert is the better pick, and you put him in a Chargers offense with Keenan Allen and some of the pieces that they have around him, and I think that he can make an immediate impact. I think the Chargers are far closer to competing than the Dolphins are, and so if they do go with Herbert, I do see him being a better overall player at an NFL level than Tua.
Let's go to Martin here. So we got looking at these two quarterback situations, potential quarterback situations. First, Tua to Miami completed, and now we're expecting the next name to be called here, number 6, Justin Herbert from Oregon to the LA Chargers. How do you think they're going to integrate into their respective NFL offenses?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
As for Tua,
yeah.
Honestly, if I remember correctly, their quarterback got sacked a lot. The new build offensive line also. As for the Chargers, Justin Herbert's going to do really well. They could go second division. The Raiders still aren't that good to go first. The Chiefs are first division. Second, let's say Broncos or Chargers. And then the Raiders third or fourth. So I think Chargers can make the playoffs this year.
All right, long-term, guys, who do we have as the better team? Tua with the Dolphins or Herbert with the Chargers?
Herbert
with the Chargers.
We'll go with Tua, guys.
I had to go Tua with the Dolphins, but it's more because I have faith that the Dolphins will hit on a lot of their picks this year. And while I don't view Tua highly, I view him much higher than Herbert, for sure. I think Herbert could be a flat-out bust, while Tua could be a low-end starter for at least 8 to 10 years.
All right, Summers?
For team-wise, I think the Chargers are a better team and the Dolphins are a worse team. But player-wise, I think Tua is the much better player. I think Justin Herbert's maybe at best a late first-round pick. He's just not good enough to be there. I mean, it's just plain and simple.
Plain and simple. I think Justin Herbert, guys, he's way being overvalued over here. I understand he's got the physical abilities, right? But that's just so much of just one part of the game. He doesn't have the touch on the ball. I've been saying that over and over again. I see him as Blake Bortles 2.0.
The pick is
also. Don't be shocked if it's Jordan Love. I predicted Jordan Love in my mock draft, and I think it's a real possibility.
I had Tua going to Trevor's Chargers. Trevor, I have to apologize. I'm sorry about that.
I had my hopes up. People thought they were going to trade, and they didn't. And this is the smart decision to do. There's no need to rush and get a quarterback. You can pick it up at any point in the draft. You can just maneuver it.
They're showing the Aaron Rodgers quarterback moment. Is that going to happen to Justin Herbert?
What I see what Herbert is basically, it could be like a Brian Leaf, and he just falls apart. It could be that bad. I don't want that to happen, so I just gotta wait and see.
Before we get to the Chargers pick, let me get my take on Tua. I just think that Herbert's gonna end up being the better quarterback because I don't trust Tua regarding injuries. I have a feeling that and I'm not trying to wish ill on him, but I have a feeling that he's going to just keep getting hurt over and over because he couldn't even last, he couldn't play a full single season in college. What do you think he's going to do in the NFL when the NFL is way more faster and way more physical?
And I think everyone's undervaluing the importance of, the cerebral nature of a quarterback.
Justin Herbert confirmed.
Wait, what?
All right, let's get the pick on, guys.
He just got picked.
The two teams that were at the top of the draft that were desperate in need of quarterbacks were the Miami Dolphins and the Chargers behind it. You mentioned they lost out on the Tom Brady sweepstakes. Phillip Rivers is now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. They need something to build a franchise around as they move into that brand new stadium in Los Angeles with the Rams, and getting a quarterback early in the round or in the first round would certainly be something that they could hang their hat on for the franchise. The pick is in, so let's find out what the Chargers
Go,
are.
Trevor.
It is Herbert.
With the sixth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert.
All right.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Congratulations to the Duck.
Yep.
Hopefully he doesn't turn out like the Duck Whistler, Devin Hodges on Evans Steelers. But I want to go back to Shree because he was just in the middle of a point about the cerebral nature of the quarterbacks being undervalued in the NFL.
Great pick. Like I was saying, cerebral nature of the quarterback. Justin Herbert scored a 39 on his Wonderlic. Tua Tagovailoa scored a 13.
Is this the SATs?
If you look at the past 10 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, the average Wonderlic score was a 29, with nobody scoring below a 24, and that's Patrick Mahomes that scored a 24. So Tua Tagovailoa is a whole 11 points lower than the lowest quarterback to win a Super Bowl in the past 10 years.
But that 24 Wonderlic score is the best quarterback in the league. So
Yeah.
It's true.
I don't know. I think too much stock is being put into the Wonderlic score, but we'll see. If Tua turns out to be a bust, it will give that score a little more merit going forward. So we'll see.
You see that nobody who is under a 24 has won, and that's the league average. So what that tells me is you need to be at least average intelligence-wise and cerebral, and have that cerebral nature to understand offenses at the NFL level. You need to be able to read the defense. You need to be able to run complex offenses and complex schemes, switching it up week to week. And I don't see Tua able to do that. Like I said, Alabama has an extraordinarily simplistic offense. They had amazing offensive line. They have 2 first-round picks at wide receiver. They have amazing tight end who's probably going to get picked pretty high next year. And you see that all those things put together made Tua what they are. And you see Herbert, and Herbert has far less around him. You may say that he's not a winner, but he's won a lot of games in his college career. It's not as if he's, having losing seasons out there in Oregon, and he's done it with a lot less. So I just think that this is a better pick, and overall putting him with the Chargers, who are a better team and have more weapons, I do think that he comes out on top.
Let's not forget, guys, this is not Mitch Trubisky or Daniel Jones here. He's clearly won to some degree at the college level, and he hasn't been on an Ohio State or a Clemson out here. He's not been with the best team, but he's carried Oregon to some respectable seasons. He's had his blunders. We'll see what he can do at the NFL level. I want to go to the Chargers super fan over there, Trevor. I'm loving the gear.
Thank you. I got my Chargers scarf, but Justin Herbert, the first thing that popped in my mind is Herbert Sherbert. It's gonna become a meme. I can see him wear ice cream now, and it's just gonna be bad.
All right, guys, real
as soon
quick.
as he starts tanking, but I gotta give him hope and gotta give that guy some support. So when the next Madden comes out, I'll play him and see how he does. Hope he's a scrambler so I can put in some numbers on you guys.
All right, guys, real quick. The number 7th pick is about to come in while we're on commercial break. Where do we see the Panthers going here?
Simmons.
If they go anyone but Isaiah Simmons, it will be a mistake. It'll just be a flat-out mistake.
Isaiah
At this
Simmons
point, it's got
has
to be Simmons. I had him going to the Giants at number 4, and then I had Derrick Brown going to the Panthers. But with Simmons over there, this guy's a raw talent, man. He might as well be the McCaffrey of linebackers.
Mm-hmm. They lost
Hey.
weekly last year. I think Simmons is a great replacement. I also see they could go offensive tackle here with Tristan Wirfs. We've seen, how much Christian McCaffrey can do, and they just paid the man big time. I don't think they can go wrong in, getting somebody up front that can run block for him and, really have him have an improvement up there on the offensive line.
Yep.
So how much longer do we expect to wait until the Panthers get into their playoff and contending window?
Years.
I said they got 2 years of building through the draft to get a respectable roster to make a playoff run. Because you got to keep in mind that defense needs major work. This draft pick would just be step one in rebuilding that defense.
Well said. Well said.
I love their pickup of Joe Brady in the offseason. Like we mentioned earlier with Joe Burrow, we saw the difference that Joe Brady made, from one season to the next. So hopefully he can work that magic with the Panthers. And I agree with Ryan. I think that they really need to shore up that defense, especially with Kuechly gone.
All right. Well, with the show on commercial break so far, just a quick rundown of the top 6 picks. We have Joe Burrow going to Cincinnati at number 1. The surprise of the draft, guys. I know. Number 2, Washington Redskins taking Chase Young. And Detroit at number 3, Jeff Okudah. The New York Giants taking Andrew Thomas from Georgia, Isaiah's Bulldogs. Miami going with Tua Tagovailoa from Evans, Alabama Crimson Tide. And Jerome Ford's Tim Crimson Tide. And then the Chargers going to Justin Herbert. Give him a little bit of that Madden test run, Trevor. Maybe he'll turn out better than you expect. If he can't be good in real life, he could be in freaking Madden.
I just have to say that for all the talk about this being one of the most unpredictable drafts of all time, outside of the fourth pick, of the fourth pick, it's been very, very predictable.
Yep.
Hey, guys. Reports are that the Panthers are about to shock us right now.
That's what you said when the Dolphins picked Tua Tagovailoa, man.
Yeah, no, I was
No
shocked
shock.
about that one.
Yeah, no shock there.
Is Herbert the last quarterback taken in the first round?
I say Jordan Love gets picked somewhere. If not with the original team, someone will trade up to the end of the first round to get him, kind of like a Lamar Jackson scenario.
If someone Jordan Love in the first round, that's going to be a big mistake in my opinion.
It'll probably be like the
Oh, I
Patriots.
agree, but
The Patriots?
oh, not the Patriots. He throws too many interceptions for Bill Belichick's liking.
Hey,
You can
by
call
the
him,
way,
you can groom him.
before we get to the pick, I just got to say, man, for all the fans out here that are listening, I really recommend you guys to go to your nearby 7-Eleven and get their guava juice. It's hella good, man. It's amazing.
Okay. Hey,
Derrick
Jerome
Brown.
Ford.
Derrick Brown.
Derrick Brown.
Yep, they just fucking him. Wow.
Okay. Jerome Ford says that the Miami Dolphins are best positions out of the Dolphins and the Chargers to do well in the future because of their cap space and their future picks as well. I kind of sound here. And the other thing is, who doesn't want to play in Miami? Miami's a big draw. That's why I think that's one thing that's underrated about Tua's situation in Miami.
They knew Carolina. And where are they going? The pick is in 7th overall.
Isaiah, calm down there. The suspension's still here for the rest of us.
Panther fans, the 7th pick, the 2020 NFL Draft. Carolina Panthers select Derrick Brown.
Oh! Wow. That's what I had at number 7. I'll take it, guys.
That is
I
bad.
just have to say, if Isaiah Simmons falls to the Browns, they better pick him.
I
Because
hope he
I can
falls
see
to
the
12.
Cardinals and the Jags taking offensive tackles. So if he's there, the Browns better get him. Isaiah Simmons, that is.
Browns are not going to get him. We all know this.
He's gone at 8.
All I gotta say is, damn you, Matt Rue! Damn you!
Isaiah Simmons is the second best defensive player.
I just took off my Nick Mullins jersey and threw it into the trash can in disgust.
What did Nick Mullins ever do?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Derrick Brown was going to drop to the Niners anyway. I don't really understand.
No chance.
With the way the draft was going, with the Cardinals needing offensive linemen, the Jets needing receivers, the Raiders needing receivers.
I really hope the Raiders trade up.
Well, don't the Niners have the 31st pick?
13th.
No, we got the 13th.
Oh, got 13th. Okay.
Because we traded Buckner. That's why I really wanted Brown, because Derrick Brown was a way bigger version of DeForest Buckner, and way better version too.
I think at 8 it's Jedrick Wills.
Yeah, I'm going Wills at Alabama as well.
Me too.
But
Number 9 it'll be
I think the Cardinals need some offensive line here.
Yeah.
Wirfs, guys.
yeah,
I'm gonna
Summers.
go Tristan Wirfs.
Kyler Murray was saying that he wanted them to draft CeeDee Lamb, but I don't think that's the best decision for the team.
maybe trade back.
Yeah. Shout out
But
to
yeah, Summers, you were really high on
Evan
Isaiah
Farr,
Simmons.
Guys, welcome.
What's your opinion on him not getting drafted in the top 7?
Well, it's kind of crazy because they just lost Luke Kuechly, like I forget one of you guys said. He just retired, so that's a huge gap they still don't have. And then they pick up a D lineman. It didn't really make any sense. And I think Isaiah Simmons is a stud. So whoever gets him, I mean, him falling this late, it's crazy. He's a stud. Whoever gets him is going to be jacked.
Yeah,
I hope it's the Browns.
Isaiah Simmons.
I'm hoping the Raiders.
Like I said, I think he's the second best player in the obviously, there's a premium placed on cornerbacks today, which is why I think Okudah, it makes sense that Okudah goes ahead of him. But the fact that it's the 8th pick and, he might not get picked till 9 or 10 is, I think, definitely a mistake on a lot of teams' parts, for passing on him.
I could see the Raiders taking Simmons.
I hope so. Let's trade up.
He better
Let's
not get
trade up.
past the Browns.
Let's trade up, man.
Oh, he's not going to the Browns, Shriner. There's no way you guys make that good of a decision.
I can dream, Summers.
Hey, by the way, I told you guys the Panthers were gonna shock us. Derrick
You're
Brown.
right.
You're 1 for 2 in saying that.
Yeah, so earlier, I want to go back to the Tua versus Justin Herbert discussion. One of our fans.
The pick's in.
Picks in, guys.
Players over outside players when you're talking about pass rushers. Shortest distance to go to the quarterback, and quarterbacks hate pressure in their face. There's no question that they need edge rush to go with Brian Burns as well, but there's no one worth drafting this high that could truly be a 4-3, put your hand on the ground, rush the passer. So, look, Derrick Brown's one of the most powerful, explosive players in this draft. Matt rules and he likes positionless players. You'll see Derrick Brown all up and down the line of scrimmage. And I'll tell you
That
this,
was a freebie.
get ready, because big number 5 from Auburn, he's the real deal.
He certainly is. By the way, defensive coordinator at Auburn, Kevin Steele, said of
Hey,
Derrick
look at Cliff Kingsbury's house, man.
was there in an
Oh,
Alabama.
life.
That's the kind of player.
Okay, guys, let's tune in here. Gilbert, if you're watching, good luck to your Cardinals.
Check it out. All right, let's go. The 8th pick, 2020 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Simmons.
No.
Like I said.
No. No.
Great
Good
job.
job.
Well, that sucks.
No.
Hero of the draft so far.
That was a good pick.
I know.
Our
Good
first
on
big
the
surprise.
Arizona Cardinals.
They got the best value pick.
They got a steal at the 8th spot. I'm happy for them, but I'm just bummed out for my Browns.
I don't think they thought he was going to be there either with Derrick Brown going. I think they thought they were going to get a tackle until that last pick.
Oh, I know.
I agree they need some offensive line help, but, you can't pass on Isaiah Simmons.
Great move by Arizona.
Agreed.
Our first big surprise of the night, Isaiah Simmons falling all the way to number 8.
I think the draft so far is conducive to the Browns trading back because there's still 3 of the top 4 tackles on the boards. And if a team like the Raiders or the Denver Broncos wants to jump up to 10 to get ahead of the other wide receiver needy teams, I say the Browns would pull the trigger on trade like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanted to jump right back into the Tua versus Herbert discussion. I've been trying to jump back into it a couple times now, but we have one of the fans, Jerome Ford, here mentioned that the Dolphins do have a lot of cap space and draft capital moving forward, and plus the draw of Miami as a city for pro athletes. I feel like that can't be understated as far as Tua's future impact and the Dolphins' future impact going forward.
The Dolphins as a franchise is not the Miami Heat.
I know that, but it's still Miami, and players are going to want to go there and, party and pull a Rob Gronkowski like you did with the
What are you talking about? LA is where it's at. You got Hollywood Boulevard. You got the stars. It's where Kobe was. Come on. Like, why wouldn't you want to go to LA?
Oh, that's true. I completely whiffed on the fact
LeBron
that
James is there, and you want to go to Miami.
I mean, as long as Bill Belichick's in that division, it's going to be tough to get past the Pats.
Yeah, so how will Isaiah Simmons, really add to that Cardinals defense, seeing as their main need was still offensive line in this draft? Obviously, the guy falls there to number 8, so you have to take him. But now that he's over in Arizona, how can he complement that defense?
He will become the defense. That's all I can say about that. He is, outside of Chase Young, the best defensive player, if not the best player in this draft. I'd say Burrow's slightly ahead of him in terms of an overall player, but man, is he good.
All right, can't argue with that. At number 9, where do you guys expect the Jaguars to go? Because now the mock draft is all scrambled up for me. I don't know about you guys.
I could see CJ Henderson. I could see them going receiver. I think they're going to go BPA, honestly. Best player available. They have a lot of needs.
I'd say they go D-tackle, the D-tackle out of South Carolina, Javon. I think that's the pick here.
Javon Kinlaw, all right.
Hey, Nolan Harmon, if you're watching, join us after your Jags pick. We would really like to hear your reaction to whoever your Jaguars pick.
Yeah, why don't you message that link to him, Isaiah, so we can maybe get him on here to talk about the Jaguars potentially taking a Jordan Love.
And
if they do take a Jordan Love, Nolan Harmon will be nowhere to be found for the next week.
I don't think Nolan would want to come on the show if Jordan Love got taken. I know if I was a Jaguar fan and Jordan Love got taken with the 9th pick, I'd be very upset.
You're already a Browns fan, Ryan.
Oh, no, I'll probably be very upset with the Browns pick. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, no point in, torturing yourself with even worse hypotheticals.
They trade for 7th round picks.
Nolan, if you're watching and your Jags do something stupid and you want to disown your team and, leave your Jaguars, come join on the 49ers bandwagon, buddy. I have a seat saved up for you. Who doesn't want to root for the team in the Bay, the best area in, the United States? We've got the greatest coach in the NFL, best offense, best defense, great personalities.
I don't know, Isaiah. The true bandwagon is definitely Tampa.
That's true. Hey,
also, Bobby, shout out to you as well for watching. If you want to come on, message me and I'll send you the link.
Hey, so for all you Buckeyes out there, I know we have a few on the panel right now. Actually, Ohio State passed USC for the most first-round picks of all time. So that's another.
Woo, there we go.
Let's keep that train rolling.
No surprise there. Hopefully we can pass them for number of championships soon.
Yeah, is there another Buckeye drafted in the first rounds?
Possibly J.K. Dobbins, but I think that would have to be,
I know
I'm reaching really too far into the draft, guys, but these are two guys who could potentially be late first rounders, J.K. Dobbins and Jonathan Taylor. Who do you see as the bigger catch at the NFL level?
I think J.K. is the best wide receiver in this class, so I'll go J.K.
All right.
or best running back in this class. I think I said wide receiver.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. All the viewers out there, we know what you're talking about.
I agree with Ryan. I think that honestly, JK, whenever they went up head to head, JK outperformed Jonathan Taylor. And you know, I also think that JK is a better receiver than Jonathan Taylor, and a lot of NFL teams, you know, want that running back like Christian McCaffrey that can you know do it through the air and do it on the ground. And I think that JK is one of those guys, as well as blocking. So I do think that JK is the better choice.
Absolutely.
Also, can't go wrong with a Ohio State running back.
Yeah.
Plus, I feel like there is some validity to what Isaiah said about Jonathan Taylor before, and it was kind of discrediting him, but there is some validity that when he was in the Big Ten in college, he could use his body to really abuse the athletes around him. He's not going to be able to use that size and that strength to abuse NFL bodies as easily.
CJ Henderson to Jacksonville.
So CJ Henderson was just picked.
Yep.
Okay.
Cornerback.
I have to say, this is a bit of a reach. I don't view CJ Henderson as being worthy of a top 10 pick. I know he's by far the second best cornerback in this draft, but I don't know. I say it's a bit of a reach here. They should have traded back if they wanted to make this pick.
I agree.
I love it for Jacksonville. I mean, I had CJ Henderson going to Jacksonville with the number 9th pick, but I mean, I don't know, because I mean they needed cornerback help. They lost Jalen Ramsey and they traded Boye, so they do have a need at corner. So I think it's a great move.
A lot of offensive line are still on the board.
Yeah,
That's true.
A lot of offensive line.
I definitely picture the Browns trading down at this point.
I think
I
they
would
take
say
an
you
O-lineman
have to
here.
trade back. You'd have to trade back. There's so many teams that need wide receivers. Just trade back to like 15, and you can still get one of the top 4 tackles.
Broncos.
Oh, yeah, Broncos would be the one.
Their pick is in, though, so they're picking somebody.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
doesn't look too happy to be a Jaguar.
Ooh.
I
Your
don't think he
career
is.
is set.
Who doesn't?
No ring
I mean,
for
who wants to
you.
be Jaguar? Look at Yannick Ngakoue, that defensive tackle. My
I
God.
hope he goes to the Raiders.
Yep.
Dude was ripping apart the
Wow, the
Jaguars.
Browns already made a pick. Wow, that is fast.
Wow,
they
that's
picked
the
really
fastest
quick.
so far.
Offensive lineman here.
Yeah, it has to be.
Or Jerry Jeudy.
Oh,
Which
no,
one,
no.
Ryan? Which offensive lineman did they take?
Works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Wirfs.
Or
If it's Jerry
Willis.
Jeudy, I'll be very
Willis.
upset.
It shouldn't be Jerry Jeudy. They have Landry and Beckham.
Well, if
Oh, I
they
know.
plan on trading to OBJ,
They'll lose all their leverage if they pick a wide receiver here.
Oh my gosh, we might get our, someone loses their mind moment of the draft right now if the Browns go Ezra Cleveland.
Hey, Ryan,
No.
I don't think this
No.
is going to happen. And to all the fans out there, I don't think this has happened either. But I just need to get your immediate reaction if this happens. With the 10th pick in the draft, the Browns select Jordan Love out of Utah State.
0% chance that happens.
They give
Shrine-
up Fairfield in a year or 2 years.
Shriner, you're the Browns. There's not a 0% chance that happens. There might be a 50% chance.
I
Yeah,
think there's
true.
at least like a solid 5% chance of that happening.
It's yet another quarterback crossed out on the back of their jersey.
No, it has to be Wirfs, right? Wirfs is the best tackle in the draft.
Like I said, Henderson doesn't seem to be too excited.
Hey, Gabe's at the show. Gabe, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well here back in the States, back in Columbus, man. We're going to dominate next year. We're going to win the national title.
By the way,
Picks in.
picks in, all right.
All right. Andrew Sinali says, listening to Shriner yell. All right. Let's see what reaction we get out of Shriner here. Hey, let's share that audio real quick. Here we go. We good.
2020 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns
It's the first round draft pick for my hometown, Cleveland
Did they pick?
Browns. The wait is final.
Jedrick Willis.
Woo! I'll take it. I will take it.
That's a great pick.
He is a beast. So I will take it. I mean, I would have liked Tristan Wirfs just by a little bit more, but he is a solid tackle prospect. So, I mean, I'm happy. Whew.
But do you think it was a good decision to pick rather than trade down though?
I still think they should have traded back, but if you're gonna pick, make sure you get it right. And I mean, they got it right. I mean, he's from Alabama. He'll be NFL ready. I have complete faith in that. So, I'm just relieved. I forgot to breathe there for a second. I thought it was going to be like a D tackle or a wide receiver or something, but we got our tackle of the future, and I'm happy.
I'm sorry about that, Ryan, but Matthew Soltis just PM'd me. He said, "How the hell is Tristan Wirfs still on the clock?"
I don't know.
On our 11.
I agree. I don't know how he's still on the clock, and to speak a little bit more to them trading the pick, I don't know. I don't really think that they would have gotten too much for the pick. I don't see any prospect out there outside of Wills and Wirfs that are really worth picking. And if they're going to pick an offensive tackle anyway, I really don't see them getting too much value. And so I think it's a good pick for them to go with an offensive tackle. I think it's a safe pick, like Ryan said. He's coming out of Alabama. He's one of the top ranked prospects in the country. So I don't see how it can go wrong. So yeah, I do think it's a good pick for the Browns.
Also, if it's any consolation, there was some reports that said that Tristan Wirfs would have been a better guard than tackle. So maybe the Browns just went with the safer prospect that could for sure play tackle. I mean, Wirfs would have been a beast of an offensive lineman, whether it be a tackle or guard, but it just seems, based on what I've heard, that Wills is more like fluent and can move slightly better in pass protection. So he just seems like the safer tackle pick, so I'll take it.
All right.
Hey, is the pick in for the Jets yet?
Not yet. Who do we
Okay.
Jets to go with here?
I wanted to address one of the fans that asked me a question on Instagram. He wanted to know, what did you think about the Red Sox cheating scandal punishment? I'm not going to get too into detail on that, but all I'm just going to say is that Rob Manfred, the Major League Baseball commissioner, absolutely needs to go. It was a pathetic punishment. You only suspend the manager, and then you also suspend the replay guy. That's it? Are you serious? No fines, no loss of draft picks? Pathetic. Rob Manfred needs to go. Major League Baseball, sign me up to be your commissioner. I would do a better job.
All right, there's your hot take. So I know we can't have Nolan on the show, but what do you guys think the Jaguars can do to put themselves back in that position where they were just a couple years ago, contending for the championship and really giving Trees Patriots a run for their money?
I think they're going to go. I feel like the Jaguars need to build up that defense again, because when they had that defense, they were getting like wins after wins and like giving teams for the run for their money. So if they go defense heavy in this draft, I think that's probably the best option. And then the year to follow, go offensive heavy. And I think in year 3, I think they can be a contender.
Yeah, well said over there.
I think Gardner Minshew caught the world by surprise earlier last year. You saw him come back down to earth towards the end of last season. I don't think he's the answer at quarterback. In the end, I think that they do need another quarterback, whether it be this year or next year, in order to actually compete and try and win a conference title.
I have the top 10 picks pinned to the comments over here. So if you guys are following live, there's your top 10 over there. And yeah, out of all the players so far who are still available, who do you guys see as the biggest surprise of not being off the board yet?
I'm going to go with Tristan Wirfs because he was like the best, according to a lot of mock drafts. He was supposed to be the top tackle off the board. So I think him being still available is That's really like shocking. And imagine if he slips to my Niners, because there's rumors that Joe Staley, our top tackle, could retire. If he slips and Kyle Shanahan gets him, my gosh, our offensive line, which was okay last year, is going to get even better.
I'm going to have to agree with Isaiah here. Tristan Wirfs, amazing talent here out of Iowa. He should have been within the top 8, not even past the top 10. So I'm going to have to go with Tristan Wirfs here.
Yeah, either Wirfs or Kai Becton as well. I think both of them are, top 10 talents.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs for sure.
I'm a happy fan so far. All 3 receivers are still available, so we get our choice.
All right. Martin, good luck with Jordan Love.
You're funny. Maybe in the 3rd round if he falls.
Where do you guys expect Jordan Love to fall?
2nd round.
That's a little
Patriots.
If he fell to the 3rd round, I wouldn't mind the Raiders taking a pick on him, but he won't.
I am hoping Jerry Jeudy gets passed on by the next 2 teams so we can end
The
up
Raiders,
with my
Jerry Jeudy.
The Jets.
JETS.
You know what's really surprising, though, is that we haven't had a single trade so far.
Yeah, I know.
Who do you think the Jets go with here? Offensive lineman.
Definitely a lineman.
I had them going with Cedee Lamb at wide receiver here. And
Yeah,
then
I'd say the wide receivers got a bunch
That's
of
LAC.
I'm going to stick with
Le'Veon
Cedee Lamb,
Bell.
guys. The pick's in
We got
there.
a shocker. We got a shocker.
That's what you say after every pick, Isaiah.
I know I did.
Don't spoil it for the fans, by the way.
Every dollar counts. Visit NFL.com/relief to donate now. As we continue to work our way through the 1st round, take a look at Mel's best of brought to
There
you
we
by
have it, guys.
Hey,
Or
Jerry,
one of these receivers
come off the board.
go to Martin's Raiders.
I'm praying.
Jerry Jeudy.
Consistency and Xavier McKinney, all he is a heck of a safety. Michael, the playmaker.
Time left on the pick. Desmond among the receivers in about 15, 20 seconds. Who would be the guy that you would go with here in the Jets?
Well, I'm glad we're getting to the best part of this draft, and I talked about it earlier. It's the diversity we have in these wide receivers, and I love Jerry Jeudy. He's such a great guy inside. He plays in that slot. I love how he, what I call, gives you that stanky leg and takes it right back when he's running with the football. But CeeDee Lamb, he does everything. People liken him to.
That is the direction that the Jets choose to go. The pick is in. I wonder what the fans are going to think about this one.
Oh, my God.
The pick is in now.
These guys can run with anybody and everybody, kind of give you a Derby Kill kind of play.
Mekhi Becton.
Oh, my. Wow. That's a shock because 2 days ago, I saw on Twitter that Mekhi Becton, people were reporting in the circles that Becton was going to be the 4th tackle taken. And now he's what, the 3rd? Damn.
I don't get this draft.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
You know what? I actually had Becton being the 1st tackle taken, so I'm not too surprised here. He's got that freakish athleticism necessary to go up against those super athletic defensive ends and defensive linemen like Chase Young, J.J. Watt, and Joey Bosa.
Yeah, I have to say that almost everyone expected a wide receiver here, but since Becton fell this far in the draft, and Wirfs as well, since those 2 fell this far, I can see the Jets taking them. They need to protect Sam Darnold, and this draft is deep at wide receiver, so you can get them you can get a good one in the 2nd or 3rd round. So I see this pick as being very sensible.
Couldn't agree more.
You know what this pick means, though, is that the 49ers are now guaranteed to have one of the top receivers when they draft because you've got Wirfs, and then you got Jeudy and Ruggs and Lamb. The Niners are picking at 13. The next pick is what, the Raiders at 11? Or 12, right?
Yeah.
Martin, who do the Raiders go here at 12?
Jerry Jeudy.
Jordan Love.
It has to be Jerry Jeudy. If we take quarterback, I'll be pissed. I'll leave.
Okay, he's going to leave if they pick a quarterback. Let's have
Okay, we're rooting for Love.
All right, any quarterback will
I actually
do.
hope we trade our pick.
The best receiver in this draft, they should pick CeeDee Lamb.
Safest pick, Jerry Jeudy.
Worst pick, kicker.
Martin, why do you say Jerry Jeudy over CeeDee Lamb, by the way?
He's just the safest wide receiver in the league. Well, not in the league, last year. He's safer than CeeDee Lamb. He has the best route running, and he's always had decent stats.
Fair enough.
Well, you're in Vegas. You're supposed to gamble.
Nah, man. Forget all that. I'll be mad if you take Ruggs, honestly. I don't think he's that good.
Ruggs is a speedster.
I think Ruggs is a Hayward Bay.
Yeah, I agree. Ruggs is kind of a speedster. I agree Jerry Jeudy's a great route runner, but CeeDee Lamb is just – he can just go up and just grab passes. You know, he's a great red zone target, and especially with, you know, Derek Carr, I see that.
This is make or break year. Honestly, if it's CeeDee or Jerry Jeudy, I'm fine with that. If it's Ruggs, I really won't care for it.
Hey, we should have a camera that is gonna do a live looking at the Niners headquarters, because I'm pretty sure Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are doing handstands and cartwheels right now with the position that they are in. With all this talent, damn.
Ooh, the Raiders pick is in.
Yeah, it's in.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna predict Jerry Jeudy here.
Jerry Jeudy.
I'm gonna go Jordan Love. Just to be a
I'm picking something that's different. Let's go with a defensive tackle.
I'm ready.
See them going with Kinlaw?
No way. They go with Kinlaw?
I don't see that. Raiders, they need a wide receiver. They had one of the worst wide receiver cores last year.
They had the worst receiver core.
And it's it is John Gruden, so
you gotta do that Gruden grind.
Gruden grinders.
Hey guys, remember last year though, the Raiders, when they drafted Cleveland Farrell, nobody even expected that.
I know, that was crazy. That was crazy.
If they don't go with CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy here,
I'll be
I
upset.
would be very shocked.
I'll be upset.
Actually, what if Justin Jefferson gets drafted here? I could see it, honestly.
Or what if Laviska Shenault?
Laviska Shenault, I think he's a really underrated receiver, but I think that this is
the pick is in.
All right.
Pick is in.
I'm not checking Twitter.
I'm checking.
Surprise me.
Please. What the?
Someone's upset.
God damn it.
Henry Ruggs.
Henry Ruggs.
Oh that's a great pick.
That's Darius Hayward Bay.
I wouldn't be too upset, honestly. I mean, Henry Ruggs, I think, has the highest ceiling out of any wide receiver in this draft.
Oh, for sure.
That's Hayward Bay, man. Oh man, I'm sad. I am sad.
I mean, I'd say your 49ers have to be upset because that was the guy they wanted.
I am sad.
Nope, I want Jeudy.
Judy's going Niners.
I don't see how you can draft Henry Ruggs over Lamb or Jerry.
I don't either.
I think
I don't either. Honestly, Hayward Bay in 2 years.
Hey, Steven, put my camera on. I want the viewers to see my reaction right now.
Carr doesn't even throw deep.
He's going to have to now.
Carr
or maybe it'll be Jordan Love going deep.
My camera on, bro.
This is a throwback.
Or is it Mariota?
Carr doesn't throw deep. And Mariota doesn't throw deep either. They both don't.
Throwback.
I got my Nick
the fastest player.
I got my Nick Mullins jersey on, fellas.
I am upset. We should have traded back on Henry Ruggs.
At number 13, where did the Niners go, guys?
Jerry Jeudy.
Jeudy, or Wirfs.
CeeDee
Who
Lamb.
knows? Either one of them, I'll be extremely
Yeah,
happy,
Jerry.
and I will run around my backyard screaming.
And the Niners will have better value off that pick than the Raiders do.
Isaiah, turn on that video. Let's see that amazing Nick Mullins jersey.
Hey, if I'm the 49ers right now, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, let me look. If you guys are watching, watch this. Trade Jimmy G. We have our franchise quarterback right here. Nick Mullins would have made that throw
All
to
right, I'm
Sanders.
leaving the
Win
set for a
Super
second.
Bowl.
I'll be back, guys.
All right, come on. Hey, I'm gonna put this somewhere. Where is it?
Honestly, don't be shocked if they go D tackle out of South Carolina, Javon Kinlaw. I think that's what his name is. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they went with Kinlaw either.
Improve their defense. They're already stacked defensive line.
I mean, they lost DeForest Buckner. Wait, no.
I really wouldn't be mad at that pick, though. I wouldn't.
DeForest Buckner.
Yeah, they lost DeForest Buckner, so why not just replace them with another dominant D tackle potentially?
All right, guys, I'm back. I just needed to get some fresh air from the ludicrous ideals Isaiah was pitching here, trying to brainwash the viewers. Poor viewers. Nick Mullins is not the future. Quit that, Isaiah. Quit it now.
Remember, the Niners could still trade back.
I think the Falcons and the Niners trade-in would make a lot of sense here. That's why I have in my mock draft.
The Niners and who?
The Falcons.
Yeah.
Or
the Broncos.
If the
Or
Niners,
the Broncos. That's another good team.
Also, Vic Fangio and the Denver Broncos, they got to be happy as hell right now, too, because they needed a receiver. If the Niners, whatever they do, and who knows? I think Denver could be guaranteed a receiver right now because if Wirfs keeps slipping.
if the Niners go defensive tackle here, can we see Tampa Bay bringing in Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb?
I can see that.
I can't. They need an offensive tackle. So with Wirfs still on the boards, you'd have to go him.
Dude, if Wirfs goes to Tampa, my gosh.
I mean, if they bring in a receiver, it's just an embarrassment of riches, you know. They already have so many great threats, so it'd be interesting to see if they take the best player available, which I think is either Lamb or Jeudy. Or actually, Wirfs is a great player as well, but you know.
Hey, Isaiah's in the backyard barbecuing right now, ready to pop the champagne when the Niners go with Jerry Jeudy here. How you feeling, Isaiah?
In Shanahan and Lynch, I trust. I would not rather have any GM and head coach other than Shanahan and Lynch.
Wow, look at his excitement. He can't even hold his camera steady. Tree, the Niners dynasty, it's just beginning.
What are you talking about? It's not beginning, Stephen.
Niners dynasty never existed.
I said it's just beginning.
Oh.
By the way, I just wanted to get a take in on the Raiders drafting Ruggs, and that is, I kind of get it because he is viewed as a Tyreek Hill type of receiver. So, and John Jones is Tyreek Hill in that division. So, I could have understand that.
I hope we trade up. I hope we trade up again, the receiver.
The further the clock goes for the Niners,
It's a trade, man.
yeah,
It feels like a trade because it's taking way too long.
I hope they traded the Raiders. Amari Cooper was trash.
Mark Cooper was a great pick.
make that.
I don't think for the Raiders he was. He led drops every year.
Not for the Raiders, but you know he's a great receiver right now.
He's a good receiver, but fourth overall, I don't think so.
All right, guys, number 13, Niners.
A trade here would make too much sense. The Niners don't have a pick.
On the clock. They traded.
The Buccaneers.
Yep.
Buccaneers traded.
And so with the Buccaneers having the 13th pick here and all those great wide receivers still on
CeeDee
the board,
Lamb.
I expect them to go with
Wirfs.
It has to be
Jerry
Wirfs.
Jeudy.
That's the only pick that would make sense in my mind. It has to be Wirfs.
Wait, so what did the Niners get though in return?
We won't know till later.
Why would they trade up to get Wirfs? I don't think the Niners were going to pick Wirfs.
I think they're taking CeeDee Lamb.
I think they're
They
going
also did.
to receiver here.
They didn't even trade their 14th pick, so they had 13 and 14.
They're going to get a receiver and they're going to get one of the receivers, either Jeudy or Lamb, and then Wirfs. That's what I think.
No, Ryan. The 49ers, according to Ian Rappaport, have traded the number 13 pick to the Buccaneers for number 14. So it's like the Bears and Niners trade back like 2 years ago.
Do that?
I'm seeing 14 still on the board for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I'm saying
it's switched to San Fran now.
Just when I was talking up your Niners team, Isaiah, they pulled this.
I see it.
I see them taking CeeDee Lamb here.
CeeDee Lamb.
It has to be worse. It has to be.
And what else?
But I don't see why they would trade up if it's worse, because San Fran wasn't going to pick them.
Yeah, San Francisco was not going to pick him.
So I think it's a receiver.
I think it's a receiver as well.
Yeah, I think it's a CeeDee.
No, they could have picked him because, the Niners' Joe Staley might retire soon.
Or unless the Niners are going to trade someone else, and they use that as leverage.
I mean, the Bucs offensive line is not as atrocious as people try to, to claim they are. I could see them going at receiver here and then picking an offensive lineman later on in the draft.
But you have to admit they're much better set at wide receiver than they are at tackle.
Oh, of course. But I just feel like they're trying to, acquire anybody and everybody they can. We've seen them get piece after piece.
Hey, Summers, you all right, bro? We haven't heard you in a long time.
I'm fine. They're just going to pick Jeudy. I mean, second best wide
Corey
receiver in the draft.
Ollie shouted you out. Thought you disappeared for a second.
Nah, it's going to be Jeudy.
All right, let's get that audio on, Tree.
Or maybe it might be a
CeeDee Lamb.
I think it's
from your perspective that would match up with what we're talking about with Wirfs here. Is there anybody that they could pick, if it is offensive line, that you could understand if it wasn't Wirfs?
No, not really. I mean, he's the logical choice here because when you think about where you're picking at right here, look, there aren't any more slam dunks in the NFL.
There you go, Ryan, the logical choice.
Anyway, when you're picking where they're picking right now, you're really looking for the guy who's sticking out on your board. And Tristan is one of those interchangeable guys as far as being able to go from the left side to the right side. He did it in the course of games. And there's no question that down here at this pick, this is the best player that's available for them at a position that they need. It's probably a slam dunk.
Once the pick is this next selection, we have some very special guests out of Tampa Bay from the air base in Qatar.
Hey, NFL fans. I'm Staff Sergeant Bethany LaVille, currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar.
Come on. No Jeudy. I want Jeudy.
This year's NFL draft. Let's see.
Tristan Wirfs.
Throwing it to you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell.
Not bad. Good pick.
We're the airmen from the 28th Expeditionary Air Refueling Squadron, stationed down at McNeil Air Force Base, Tampa Bay, and currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar. We're proud to represent Tampa Bay and our home team, the Buccaneers. Now back to you, Commissioner Goodell. Go Bucs.
Pick is in. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell. And thank you to all of our service members for your courage and sacrifice on behalf of our country. The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 13th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs, tackle, Iowa.
Makes sense.
Someone wanted to trade up.
Yes! All right,
honestly,
guys,
they don't look that excited.
Good. Congratulations to Wirfs for finally getting picked. Hope Matthew Saltis isn't too disappointed. He ends up in Tampa Bay, which means the wide receivers are still in play for Isaiah. I'm going to step out of the broadcast for a bit and let you guys take it away.
Take it away, man.
All right, see you, Steven.
So Isaiah,
Let's
who
go,
is it,
man?
Who is
Let's
it,
go.
Isaiah?
Let's go. I don't know, but
I think I think you guys may trade back again.
I could see it, but I don't know, because if we get, like, let's say we get Jeudy, right? If we get Jeudy here, we're going to win the draft. Because think about it. We get Jeudy, plus we only traded down one pick, and we get a bunch of picks in return.
What was the trade, by the way?
They haven't said it yet.
They haven't said it yet.
I'm guessing another pick, though.
It's got to be like a 4th or 5th rounder, because they only moved ahead one pick. So I don't really understand the motivation for them to move ahead.
I think San Fran called the Buccaneers and told them we have a trade with someone else that's going to take Wirfs.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind, Tampa Bay historically is not a well-run organization. So like the Bears, I could see them falling for the deception that they're telling them, oh, someone traded with us, they're going to get worse. If you want them, you better get up, you better trade with us to get them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I don't think there was any way that the 49ers were going to take Wirfs, so it must have been another team that was interested.
It wouldn't be the first time 49ers done this.
The thing is that I think John Lynch sold that we were taking Wirfs, because there has been a ton of rumors the last couple of weeks that Joe Staley, our legendary left tackle, is expected to retire. Like, I don't know if they just threw that out there just to bait someone into trading, but if they did, man.
I really hope the Raiders trade up again.
Hey guys, I'm about to go wild here, all right? If the Niners pick who, I want,
what if it's Javon?
Yeah, what if it's
I wouldn't mind, because I wanted a guy to replace Buckner.
There's a couple linebackers in this draft.
I think this would be too high for a linebacker. Not named Simmons, that is, who already got drafted.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there's Kinlaw there.
Oh my gosh, it might be Kinlaw. I think it's going to be
being Kinlaw.
If Kinlaw falls, I hope at 16 the Raiders trade up. I think another receiver.
I think it's
a receiver. Kinlaw falls to 16. I think if Kinlaw falls to 16, the Falcons would definitely take him.
It may be another trade, though, because they're taking their sweet time.
They always do that, though.
That's true.
What about K'lavon Chaisson? He was going to be a top 15 pick.
So wait.
Damn, we're still in commercial break.
I think it's a trade, man. I hope another trade.
Hoping there's a trade, too. He's getting spicy if they trade
I'm
again.
hoping receivers keep falling to that Raider pick.
Dude, imagine you guys get Ruggs and Jeudy, Martin. You guys get Ruggs and Jeudy.
I'll be happy again.
Isaiah, what if the selection is Justin Jefferson out of LSU? What would your reaction be?
Trash.
We'll see.
I think bad value.
Don't spoil me. I'm not looking at Twitter right now, guys.
You're not?
I'm not going to look at Twitter. I do not want to spoil anything.
Me looks at
Wait,
Twitter.
how's my video quality? Is it good?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, actually.
By the way, since we still have time before the Niners pick, let me throw it out to you guys. Ryan, I know you are a baseball fan. What was your thoughts on the Red Sox punishment from yesterday?
I mean, I haven't looked into it too much. I associate the cheating level to be the same between them and the Houston Astros, so probably not enough.
Yeah, so what happened was the commissioner basically said yesterday in his report that he did not find Alex Cora, the manager, guilty of any crimes. He just suspended him because of what he did in Houston, but for what he did in Boston, he's found that he says the reason why the Red Sox cheated was because of the replay operator, and that Alex Cora and the whole team did not have any idea that the replay operator was, using it to cheat. But I don't find how that's possible.
I mean, the major cheating was on the Astros side, and they suspended Cora for what he did on the Astros. The Red Sox already fired him, so I mean, I do think that it's sort of a weak punishment, but I don't really see that. If you're suggesting that you think they should take their title away, I don't see that as an appropriate response either.
No, I don't think they should take their title away for Houston. I think they should. I mean, for Boston. I think they should take the Astros title away for sure.
Well, they're experts now in all of the video.
What about Derrick McKinney?
How long are the 49ers waiting?
By the way, the Niners.
pick is in. The pick is in.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, here we go.
Let's see.
All right, last second predictions. I have a strong feeling it's going to be Kinlaw, D tackle out of South Carolina.
I hope it's Jeudy, but I wouldn't be pissed if it's Kinlaw.
Cedee, let's build that front seven. I go offensive tackle.
I think it's Cedee. It has to be.
Kyle's happy.
He's a defensive coach?
Offensive.
Offensive? Oh, then it's an
but his defense led the way, so he could be happy for that as well.
That's true. He could be.
Oh, the 7th round pick and a 4th round pick that was traded.
By the Niners?
The Niners got a 4th round pick, and the Bucks got a 7th round pick.
Oh, the Niners won that deal.
Yeah, easily. You could find good starters, rotational players in the 4th round.
All right,
Let's check it out.
So the 49ers are keeping us waiting.
Yep. I mean, the pick's been in, but let's see what happens.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, he's here now. Finally. Ooh, Kinlaw.
Wow.
Let's say Kinlaw. I said it.
Hey, whatever, man. It's all
Let's
good.
trade back, man. Raiders.
Good pick. Because I've been advocating ever since the Niners landed that 13th pick for Buckner. We need a guy in the middle of that defense that can take 2 to 3 defenders so our pass rushers can have their one-on-one. I wanted Jeudy, but hey, Kinlaw's a good consolation prize.
I was about to say, since we haven't had a ton of wide receivers picked and we're at pick 15, do you guys believe this wide receiver class may have been a tad overrated by the general scouting community?
Possibly, yeah. I hope it's true, because if it is, they'll fall to the Raiders.
I would say the Raiders at 19 may be looking pretty good to land a Jeudy or a Cedee at this point.
I think at 15, honestly, I think it's a lock. Jerry Jeudy. They love Jerry Jeudy. They were trying to trade up for him earlier.
Javon Kinlaw. Wow, what a pick.
I would say Broncos are for sure picking Jerry Jeudy. Yes, and I'm going to say that because they have Sutton, who's a pretty good deep threat. And if they can just get a guy to get the hard 5 to 7 yards every single play, that offense could be really good. So if it's anyone but Jerry Jeudy here, I'll be very shocked.
I would be too, to be honest. It has to be Jerry Jeudy. That's my luck.
Do we have any predictions outside of Jerry Jeudy?
No, I got Jeudy. It's got to be Jeudy.
What about
Denver needs wide receiver.
At 16, receiver?
Kinlaw's really hyped to be a 49er.
I mean, who wouldn't be going to that defensive line?
Yeah, they're the elite. At 16, do they take CeeDee Lamb? They have Julio. They have Calvin Ridley.
Oh, no. The Falcons have so many defensive needs. I cannot see them picking a wide receiver.
I can't either. That's why and then Dallas.
I see Dallas picking either whoever doesn't go to the Broncos.
Yeah, I really hope the Raiders can make a trip with Atlanta.
It's got to be Jeudy for Denver. It has to be Jeudy.
I think it's a lot at that.
I like Lamb more than I like Jeudy. That's just me. I think that he's more versatile than Jeudy is. He can, I know they have a deep threat, but never hurts to have too many weapons in the red zone. And I think that Lamb is definitely a better red zone threat than Jeudy. And I also think that he can get those tough yards. So I don't think you could go wrong either way. I thought that those are the two best receivers in the draft, but I have Lamb as 1A and Jeudy as 1B.
Summers, do you believe that Jerry Jeudy is the better wide receiver prospect than a CeeDee Lamb?
Oh, I think for sure. I mean, I had CeeDee Lamb below Justin Jefferson in this draft. I don't. He doesn't look that special to me. I mean, I think the best one was Jerry Jeudy, Ruggs, then Jefferson, then Lamb. But I think the Broncos are going to pick Jerry Jeudy.
And a thing to keep in mind for CeeDee Lamb is he has the reputation for being able to catch the ball in any situation. But in terms of the top three wide receivers, Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, and CeeDee Lamb, I'm pretty sure statistically he did the worst versus press coverage. So that's another thing to keep in mind. So would I be shocked if Justin Jefferson got picked ahead of CeeDee? Probably not, honestly. Like, CeeDee can go up and get the ball, but I think Justin Jefferson could probably get off the line of scrimmage better.
Pick is in.
I mean, CeeDee Lamb's production in college was better than either Jeudy or Justin Jefferson.
But you have to keep in mind, he also played in the Big 12, and defenses are vastly different between the Big 12 and the SEC.
I actually thought he was much better than Hollywood Brown, and we saw how good Hollywood Brown was last year. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I could see him being.
Yeah. Dude, I want us to trade so badly at 16.
I don't know. I honestly think if you sit at 19, there's a chance you get a top three wide receiver because I don't see the Falcons, Cowboys, or the Dolphins really picking a wide receiver. I really don't.
I hope not. That'd be amazing. Because honestly, those two receivers would fix the offense big time.
Good. Pick is in.
And I heard the Raiders are trying to trade their left guard at Gabe Jackson.
My guy Furman Lee is really pissed right now about the Niners drafting Kinlaw. He says that the Niners do not need another defensive lineman. We needed a receiver.
I agree.
My response to that would be this wide receiver class is deep. Oh, wait, picks in. All right, let's go to the pick.
Jerry Jeudy. Gotta be no surprise. Jerry Jeudy.
Yep, as we all expected, Jerry Jeudy.
Bingo.
Yeah, nothing too shocking there.
Yeah, no shock.
All right, but let's move on to the Falcons. Who do we see the Falcons taking? Do they go a cornerback, or could one of the linebackers come off the boards? I think they have to go defense here.
Defense.
They have to go defense. They have Calvin Ridley and
Julio.
I could see them going K'lavon Chaisson here, the edge rusher from LSU, or I could see them going with Xavier McKinney, the safety from Alabama.
McKinney, yeah.
I could see them really going either way. They need help on every level of their defense, and I definitely see that those two are the two best defensive players available right now. I could also see them trading if somebody, if somebody wants.
What about is DeAndre Swift getting drafted? I think the top two running back.
I don't think in the first round there will be a running back drafted.
It's too early. And I think he's the third best running back in this draft, to be honest with you, behind JT and JK. His production just wasn't there at Georgia as much as the other two. And I feel like he's
almost a wideout.
Yeah, I feel like he's a good receiver. He's a good runner, but he's not as good of a runner as either JK or JT. And with the current state of running backs, I just don't see him getting drafted this high.
But would anyone be shocked if, say, a AJ Terrell or a Jalen Johnson, cornerback out of Utah, was the selection here? Because they just cut one of their better cornerbacks this past offseason. And really that is, in my opinion, their position of most need. So does anyone see a reach? Because I believe it'd be a reach for one of the remaining cornerbacks in this draft.
Yeah, I think it's a reach. I think that if they were to go that direction, they would be better off trading back and picking those players maybe in the early 20s, where I think that they're gonna go.
All I gotta say before the Falcons pick is that Vic Fangio and John Elway, my gosh, they are doing cartwheels and handstands right now because they just got the best receiver in the draft.
I mean, I honestly think the top 3 or 4 wide receivers are so close that it wouldn't be a huge win getting one of them over the other, in my opinion.
Who's the 4th best receiver in the draft?
I say Justin Jefferson out of LSU for sure.
Justin Jefferson. And then after that, I love Laviska Shenault. I think he's a great early second rounder that can produce right away. He went to Colorado out in Boulder, and I got to watch him play last year when they played Nebraska, and he was definitely the one that stood out more so than any other player on that field that day. And ever since, I've been a fan of his. So I really like Laviska Shenault, but I got to say Justin Jefferson's the 4th best receiver.
You guys like Pittman?
Look at Elway.
Got his 3 Super Bowl trophies.
So awesome.
Who do you guys think has gotten the steal of the draft so far?
The Panthers?
With Isaiah Simmons?
Yeah.
All right, but if they decide to go edge, who do you guys – go ahead. It would have to be the Cardinals. It would have to be the Cardinals with Isaiah Simmons at the 8th pick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who did the Panthers pick?
Derrick Brown.
Panthers picked Derrick Brown.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, steal of the draft in my mind is the Cardinals.
And what do you guys think is the biggest reach so far?
Probably the 4th pick in the draft, honestly. I still –
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's the 4th best tackle.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But the Giants always reach.
So far, I don't think we've seen any big surprises that we never expected to see. This
year. A quarterback at 19?
What's up?
A quarterback at 19 with the Raiders?
That would be a huge surprise. I mean, till now, I haven't really seen any picks that blow my mind like last year we saw, or like we've seen in years past.
Yeah, there's nothing
last year the Raiders came right out and stunned us with Clelin Ferrell. So
I think the big pick I'm waiting for is 23. I want to see them not choose a quarterback.
The Patriots?
Yeah.
I don't see the Patriots picking a quarterback in the first round.
I don't see it either, but till it happens, we'll see.
Because you're paying them like the big bucks there if they're a quarterback in the first round, so they're gonna wait to like the 4th round and get some no name, and he's gonna have a phenomenal career.
I feel like Isaiah's gonna love to hear this, but I feel like honestly, from what I've seen out of the quarterbacks in this draft, I feel like Jake Fromm is the most underrated quarterback in this draft, and I would.
So you're saying he's gonna be like our Tom Brady in this scenario?
I would love to see my Patriots get him. The knocks on him have been, his athletic ability, his arm strength, and his real strengths are the fact that he's a winner. He's tough, and he puts in a lot of work both on and off the field in understanding the offense in the weight room. And I see a lot of similarities between the scouting report for him and Tom Brady.
Do the Patriots have a 2nd round pick?
No, they have 3 3rd-round picks, I believe, though. So I could see them trading I'm sorry, I think they have 2 3rd-round picks and 3 4th-round picks.
Do you mind them trading up?
I could see them trading up into the second round if they have a prospect that they want to get. They traded away their second round pick for Mohamed Sanu, which in retrospect I don't think was a great decision. But
yeah, it wasn't. Okay, checking in.
I mean, Tom Brady needed wide receiver
Xavier
help,
McKinney.
so I feel like you had to roll the dice.
no, we had to do something. But I feel like we should have gotten Emmanuel Sanders instead of.
If the Patriots trade up for, say, like CeeDee Lamb, would you be cool with that? They trade up for like 18, 19?
I'd be happy with that. Yeah, put him across from N'Keal Harry and Julian Edelman. I feel like that'd be a big upgrade from.
Yeah, that'd be good offense.
Yeah.
Who's your running back?
Sony Michel.
Still? Oh man.
Yeah.
That
We
guy
also have
sucks.
James White, who's
That
more.
guy sucks.
James White's more of a receiver, but
AJ Terrell is a pick at 16. Quarterback.
That's quite a reach for the Falcons.
I agree.
But it fulfills, like Ryan said, it's a position.
Clemson. I think it's a good pick for the Raiders because now the Cowboys will take the other guy. What's his name?
They're gonna take Lamb.
Think so?
I think so.
No, I think the Cowboys need to go with an edge rusher here. They lost Quinn to free agency. They brought in some, I forget his name, but he hasn't played since 2015, so can't rely on him. I say they need to go deep in. They have to go cornerback or edge rusher.
What about 18?
If they do go edge rusher, I like K'lavon Chaisson here. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, but he was a beast at LSU, and I feel like he's the best edge rusher available right now. I do like AJ Epinesa, but I think that it's quite a reach.
I think at 17 they take McKinney. And if they don't, the Dolphins will.
AJ Terrell. Hometown, another hometown boy in the draft.
At 16?
Yeah, hometowns have been a theme so far.
From Atlanta.
I think partially it may be because of the coronavirus.
That could be the case as well.
Because they're all stationary in one place. You really can't go out and see other players. The Cowboys are still on the fly.
I have a scenario for you guys. What if the Cowboys were to draft the center out of Michigan? I think his name is Ruiz, I believe. That may be incorrect, but how would you feel if the Cowboys went center here to address the retirement of Frederick in this offseason?
They just lost Frederick, so it wouldn't be the worst to pick.
Isn't that quite a reach? I haven't seen him in too many mock drafts, especially this high in the first round.
Oh, for sure be a reach, but given the Cowboys' style of play, you need a dominant center. So
that's true.
I don't know. Do they think they can get him in the second round in a trade-up situation? I don't know. I think that could be a possibility here.
I think they may trade this pick.
Could they trade this pick? Like I said, yeah, like Martin said, I feel like at 19 there's Vegas right there, and at 18 Miami, and both of them, Miami could use CeeDee Lamb to throw across from.
They actually could, yeah.
Devontae Parker, and Las Vegas, obviously they need some receivers too. Is there another team that wants to draft CeeDee Lamb at 17, which I think is a pretty good value for him? That could possibly trade with the Cowboys. It's an intriguing situation here, but I do think they go K'lavon Chaisson here, edge rusher.
Or do they just draft a quarterback and forget about the $35 million they offered Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott, I think he'll stay with Dallas.
I mean, I think eventually they'll get that deal done. They have to get that deal done eventually.
But at $40 million a year?
Not $40 million, but I think Dak's asking price has to come down eventually.
I think his agent is way over his head.
Oh, I completely agree with that.
I see maybe $30 million, and they won't be guaranteed every year.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay that contract for sure.
No, but I think sorry, not Dez. Dak is definitely worth keeping. For as much heat as he gets, he is I think definitely the best quarterback in that division.
Let's see. There's who are the quarterbacks? Dwayne Haskins, Danny Dimes, and who am I blanking on? Carson Wentz. Yeah, I'd probably say he's the best of the bunch. But at $40 million, that is a steep price to pay.
He's not worth it. They won't win a Super Bowl like that.
Oh, I don't think they win a Super Bowl with $35 million, let alone 40.
Yeah.
It's Dallas. I don't think they win a Super Bowl.
Dallas, the pick is in now.
Pick is in?
Yep, and I strongly think they're gonna take CeeDee Lamb here.
Give them another option.
I think it'd be a mistake. I think they have much more pressing needs than wide receiver.
I hope you're right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Isaiah.
Yeah, you're good.
I hope you're right.
Isaiah, you missed my rant on Jake Fromm about how I want.
Oh, what happened?
Greatest quarterback ever.
I said he's the most underrated quarterback in the draft, and his profile reminds me of Tom Brady, and that I want to take him.
Oh man, nice. Thanks, bro. Thanks for that.
I think in the 4th round he's good value. What if you take Jake Fromm right now?
What's up?
Oh, that'd be the
Jake
biggest
Fromm?
draft mistake in history.
They got Jake Fromm.
At
And they
17?
just trade Dak.
Hey, who's picking right now? I missed the Falcons pick.
The Cowboys have their
The
pick
Falcons
in.
took AJ Terrell.
Cornerback.
Oh, really? Wow.
And it's gonna be CeeDee Lamb right here. It has to be.
I'm going center out of Michigan. I'm going to go with the surprise pick.
I hope it's anybody but CeeDee. I'll be a happy man. But honestly,
Just waiting patiently.
I can honestly see CeeDee falling to 19 and the Raiders don't draft him.
Ooh, that'd be funny.
I can see it. It's a Raiders move. But don't take freebies.
Or picking Justin Jefferson.
Oh my god.
So in the
They're
meantime,
picking
look at
CeeDee Lamb.
Jerry Jones's
CeeDee Lamb.
Yep, the Cowboys.
Oh, no.
They got Dak.
no.
They got Zeke. They got CeeDee Lamb.
Jerry Jones, are you surprised?
Hey, my guy Stan.
That.
Michael Irvin said that CeeDee Lamb reminded him of Des Bryant. And,
Wow.
Yep. So I guess they finally got
That didn't end well, though.
Well, while he was there, he was great.
You spend $20 million on a wide receiver and then pick a wide receiver in the first round.
And
To
then they
me,
also have,
this doesn't make sense. I think
also
this
have
is
Michael
the
Gallup.
worst pick in the entire first round.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, they have good wide receivers. This is the worst pick in the first round by far.
They could still trade back. They could still trade him.
I like CeeDee Lamb though. I think this is a good value at 17. I thought he would go higher. Like
I thought
said,
at 13 he was gone.
I think he's the best receiver in the draft, and I think that he dropped below two other receivers. So while it may not be the best decision for the Cowboys, I do think that it's a good value pick.
He's a valuable trade asset.
Yeah, and Dallas now they have an embarrassment of riches at skill positions. They have Ezekiel Elliott in the backfield. They got Mari Cooper. They have Michael Gallup, and now they're adding CeeDee Lamb. They're pretty stacked.
I mean, it won't make a difference if they can't stop anyone on defense.
That's true, but Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy, they like the flashy offense.
Wow, what a pick.
So, Martin, how does this make you feel about the Raiders pick coming up?
Hope we take a linebacker or a corner.
So you don't want to take Justin Jefferson?
No, we could probably draft. I hope we actually trade back, like say 24, 25, get a second round pick out of it, and then draft a receiver there. There's a lot of receivers.
I agree. This is a pretty deep receiving.
So if you could trade back at a second round pick out of this and then take a receiver in the second round, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
I still think Jordan Love at 19 is a possibility.
I don't see it.
Could be.
I don't see it.
Hey, Ryan, a few picks ago, you were saying that, maybe this draft class of receivers is overrated, and now we see 3 of them go, almost in the span of 5 or 6 picks. What do you think about it now? Do you still have that feeling that, maybe this wide receiver draft class is overrated?
Yes, but to a lot lesser of a degree. Like everyone was predicting the wide receivers go 11, 12, 13, but they only dropped a little bit. So while they were overrated, it was only by the slightest of margin. So overall, it's still looking like this wide receiver class is meeting the hype for the most part, I'll say.
The Raiders, Kenneth Murray.
Michael Irvin looks really happy.
He does.
Inside linebacker. Martin, if the Las Vegas Raiders go cornerback, do you have a preference on who they should pick?
No. I think the biggest thing for Oakland was receivers. The defense wasn't even like trash last year. The Raiders just couldn't score points. They were always turning it over or fourth down, punt. So many short passes from Derrick Carr. He's throw it up. Oh, man.
Who's the best available at this point? In you guys' opinion?
Best available?
Let me see here.
Yeah.
I mean, CeeDee Lamb was the best available until he was taken. So,
Chaisson?
Isaiah, you back?
Yep, I'm back.
What about K'lavon?
I'm back.
K'lavon?
Who?
I want to say probably
the LSU defensive end.
K'lavon Chaisson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has to be one of the edge rushers, the AJs, the Gross Matos. Yeah, I think it's one of the edge rushers.
Patrick Queen.
What do you guys think of Xavier McKinney out of Alabama?
I have him being picked by the Bears in the 24 spot in a trade-up scenario, so I don't think he will stay without a team for much longer. He's definitely going to be picked here soon, in my opinion. If not at this pick by the Dolphins. The Dolphins need safety help, so it'd be a match, in my opinion.
Yeah. And also, I think another name that sticks out to me that I've seen a lot in this draft evaluation is Ezra Cleveland out of Boise State. And
I don't know. I'm hearing he's more of a late second round pick. I think the offensive tackle out of USC and Jones, the offensive tackle out of Houston, are regarded more highly. So I think it'd be a reach if he's taken in first rounds.
Hey guys, the news from out of the Bay Area is that the Niners could be looking to draft Michael Pittman at number 31. So keep that in mind.
He's a good receiver. Second round, though.
I just think there'll be better wide receivers available at that spot. I honestly think a wide receiver like Mims would be a better fit because he's more of a speed guy that can get downfield.
What about what do you guys think of T. Higgins?
Yeah, he's another wide receiver I can see being taken in the first rounds.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Or Stevens' man, Antoine Winfield Jr.
Contributed to my success. I'd like to thank the Alabama coach.
He's another safety that obviously comes from a big name, Antoine Winfield, and
Coach Flores.
Interesting to see.
Are the Raiders winning more than 7 games or not?
What was that?
That's going to be tough, man.
I could see 8 wins.
Yeah, I would say 7-9 or 8-8. I could see that.
Yeah. I mean, they play the Browns at least. Other than that, we're going to get our ass kicked by every team. It's the Dolphins, I guess.
This would be an interesting pick here. I really have no idea who the Dolphins are going to go with.
I think
I'm going to go running back.
Already?
I think it has to be safety.
DeAndre Swift, if it's a running back.
But they have a high pick second round. I think they'd wait till the second round before getting their running back.
See, this year is kind of unique in that I don't. Oh, the pick is in. Let's see who it is.
The Dolphins' second draft pick is in the first round. Let's find out.
Second pick in the first round is good news for Tua here. We got good news for Tua.
Good news for Tua, they said. It's a receiver.
Second overall pick.
Oh, yeah.
Tua,
Oh, no.
It's Justin Jefferson, I think.
when they traded away Mekhi Fitzpatrick to the
Austin Jackson. Who the hell is that?
back there. And look, the Steelers are very happy with that trade.
Oh, Austin Jackson, offensive tackle. I could see the pick. They need to protect Tua, so I could see it.
But this story is about much more than football. It speaks to his character. Here's Tom Rinaldi. One of the great stories of this draft. For any player who excels enough to reach the NFL understands the power of bonding with others and the nature of sacrificing.
Austin Jackson.
But Austin Jackson's understanding is much deeper. Through a bond he has with his sister Autumn was a life-changing condition that through the sacrifice he's made to help her.
Austin Jackson, wow.
My sister Autumn Jackson, she was diagnosed with diamond black famine, which is a rare type of anemia, blood disorder. So basically, her body doesn't make enough blood for herself.
Do you guys think that's kind of a reach here?
Getting worse as she got
I thought it was going to be defense.
I mean,
who matched on 12 different blood tests, and through the grace of God, I was able to be a match, and I chose to be a donor. The procedure that I did was
I actually had Austin Jackson going to the Dolphins, I think, with my mock draft.
Really?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
I'm starting to plan for the future.
By the way, Steven.
I strongly believe the Raiders trade back. They have to trade back.
I got the Dolphins taking Austin Jackson with 18th pick.
I think the Raiders trade back here.
Martin, when do they go Jordan Love?
I think they traded back with the Patriots.
They did?
I think they do.
This is the first draft where I don't remember, like, as far back as I can remember, that, we don't have a big name or somebody
fallen or anything.
This is really everyone has kind of fallen into place.
Nobody's been a big reach or like a big faller.
Exactly. I think this is one of the biggest reaches here at number 18, but I don't see anybody on that draft board right now that I was like, wow, I expected them to go top.
The Raiders picked somebody, so they couldn't trade back.
Oh my God, it's gonna be Jordan Love.
I think it's gonna be a linebacker or corner. It could be the LSU defensive lineman also.
I like Patrick Green, the linebacker out of LSU as well.
They love Kenneth Murray, but we have linebackers now. So it
could be Patrick Queen.
Well, it says that their biggest linebacker that they loved was Murray. So we have linebackers now.
I don't know. Jalen Johnson out of Utah could be the pick here. Cornerback is still a position of decent needs, and he has the athletic ability. He's a little raw from what I've read, but, I mean, if you get a corner with athletic ability and the coaching staff believes they can mold him and get his technique right, I think cornerback would be the pick here.
For the future, start building this thing out and having success that you really wanted. So yeah, the Dolphins. And
I want Michael Pittman to my 49ers with number 31. I don't care if it's a reach.
To help this franchise moving forward. So the Dolphins just take Austin Jackson. The Las Vegas Raiders are about to make their second pick of the first round. Earlier tonight, they took Henry Ruggs, a speedy wide receiver, in that blistering 14.
The pick is in.
So John Gruden, Mike Mayock, what will they do now with their second pick of the first round? Look at John. We thought it was
Let's see what happens.
Pick 19, as the Las Vegas Raiders welcome their second selection, to make a special announcement. As you may know, we are scheduled to host a draft in in Vegas this year. And we thank so many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020 NFL Draft.
The 2020 draft going to Vegas.
It is the 2020 NFL Draft.
Oh, 2021. My bad.
I think it's 2022.
Oh, come on. Cleveland was late for then. Oh, come on.
They're just going to
push it out another year.
Who's that? Damon Arnette.
Oh,
Ohio State.
Reach. Damon Arnette.
Damon Arnette.
That's a reach.
That is an interesting pick.
It is a reach.
That's a reach. I don't even know who he is.
Damon Arnette was our second corner behind Jeffrey Okudah.
Wow.
He is, all I could say about him is he is tough. He played half the season with a cast around his arm.
Damn.
Yeah, he had Ryan, was it a broken I think it was a broken
I think it was a broken hand.
Yeah, like fibula or something. Or
Something like that. Taken at the end of the first round. I was not expecting him to be taken like this.
I expected
I think they didn't know who to select. They just chose the position they need.
He's a good corner. I just don't think at 19, I think it's quite a reach for him. He was actually he was going to declare for the draft last year, and he talked to Chris Carter, and Chris Carter convinced him to say that he wouldn't do it for me. It's going to pay off in terms of draft pick. You're not, because last year is projected to be a third or fourth rounder, and he said, you can really elevate your status by playing another year here at Ohio State, and I guess he was right. He went from being a borderline third, fourth rounder or mid-round pick to
first round pick.
What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh no, he went from a third or fourth to a first round pick. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So Jordan Love's still there.
He didn't have a wide receiver score on him in one-on-one coverage this year, so he definitely has talent. I just thought it was a early second-round talent, so probably a little bit surprised he got taken high.
Got another Ohio State Buckeye in the first round. That's 3 this year again.
A lot of emotion, certainly for the.
We just need J.K. Dobbins to go in the first round, and we'll be set in terms of Ohio State prospect.
Yeah, but we're saying like we knew Okudah and Young were going to go in the first round, and when Steven was asking earlier if there's going to be a third Buckeye that goes in the first round, we were all talking about J.K. Dobbins, and turns out it's Damon Arnette. I never would have thought.
There we have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised, like I said earlier, that they don't have Jordan Love and his expression as he's just free falling in this draft.
Mayock's excited about Arnette.
What do you think about it, Steven? Ohio State.
I think it's a bit of a reach, but the Raiders need help in their secondary for sure. And so this was the right positional pick. I just don't know if I would have gone with that specific player so early, even as a Buckeye fan.
I just love that he played with a cast on his arm. That was like ultimate show of toughness. Yeah, you could see that cast on his.
Yeah, I see it. He's a tough corner.
And Ryan, you said that receivers didn't score on him all season. I didn't know that.
I think this past season he didn't have a receiver score a touchdown on him in one-on-one coverage.
Damn.
Pretty impressive.
This has got to be the biggest shocker right now of the draft so
But I think
far.
the Raiders always still shockers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cleveland Farrell.
Is this on par with the level of Cleveland Farrell last year?
I don't think it's on par just because it's a little bit farther back in the first round.
Are you guys shocked by how much Jordan Love has fallen from grace?
No. Nobody thought he was going to fall in top 10.
I mean, he's a quarterback in the Mountain West, threw for 20 touchdowns and 17 interceptions. I get that he has all the physical traits that you need to succeed in the NFL, but
Carr had a better final year in college.
Yeah,
and he went second round.
I agree. I agree with Martin. I just don't see how people have him evaluated as a first half, like top half first rounder. I just don't get it at all.
I mean, I guess we shouldn't be too shocked because Gruden loves his Gruden grinders, and as we said, he played all last year or a lot of last year with a broken bone.
So he's a grinder for sure.
Yeah, I say Gruden grinder for sure.
I think the Raiders trade Gabe Jackson for a second round pick to somebody.
I mean, where do you guys see the Raiders going from here? Are they going to be true division contenders anytime soon, or playoff contenders?
Nope. No division.
Why, Martin? What brings you so much faith in Oakland?
No, I mean the Chiefs are just too good.
The Chiefs are the team to be in.
But you still got them as a wild card. So what brings so much faith
into the wild card? Last year was 9-7. Some years it's 10-6.
And now there's 7 seeds each conference.
Hey, the Jaguars are going to shock you guys with their next pick.
Okay, that's what you've said after every pick. Shout out to Carissa and Albert for tuning in, guys. Hope you enjoy listening to Ryan and Martin.
Nolan Harmon, we really welcome you to come on.
And shout out to Henry for tuning in. What's up, my guy? Hopefully you're enjoying the draft, and I hope your team is doing well out here. Oh, you're Niners.
Speaking of, the Raiders, I was just thinking, I was thinking out loud yesterday, and my roommate and I were talking about it. How weak is the AFC this year? You think about it, Patriots are gone, right? Without Tom Brady this year with Jared Stidham starting, I don't expect them to be in contention.
I think the Bills have that division this year.
The Bills have that division. The Dolphins, they don't look great. The Jets,
they're not there yet.
Right? AFC seems like they're only going to have one team in the playoffs. You look at the AFC North, you have the Bengals, Browns. While I do think the Browns are going to take a step up this season, I see them maybe getting a wild card at best, and then you have the Ravens that are a step above everybody else. And then
the Raiders were really a couple plays away from the playoffs. Against the Jaguars, they should have won that game if it wasn't for the refs' missed call. They would have finished 8-8. They would have been half the game back from the playoffs.
I could see a 7-9 team this year in the AFC getting into the playoffs, just based on how weak the entire AFC is.
I think the Raiders have a good chance.
I just think the AFC West with the Raiders and the Chiefs is very much the new NFC East. It's just going to be dominated by the elite quarterback. The team with the elite offense and the elite quarterback and Patrick Mahomes is going to loom over them just like the Patriots loomed over the Buffalo Bills, just like they loomed over the Dolphins most years.
I agree, but now that there's 3 wildcard spots, I feel like it's a lot easier.
I think the Raiders can get wildcard spots.
And that's true. Even during the Brady dynasty in New England, the Dolphins had their years where they shocked them a couple of times in matchups and snuck into the wild card.
Finally, K'lavon is gone. Jaguars.
That's a good pick. I like that pick for the Jaguars.
That's a value pick.
Yeah. I thought Chaisson was one of the best edge rushers in the draft. And the
so who do we have confirmed going to the Jaguars?
K'lavon Chaisson out of LSU.
Yep, the number 3 guy right there.
K'lavon Chaisson, is that his name?
K'lavon Chaisson.
I think it's
K'lavon Chaisson.
Here we go.
There we have Jordan Love at number 5.
And we have really seen the epic fall of offensive and defensive line in this draft.
Real talk. I'm waiting for 23, man. 23.
Patriots are going to trade down, I feel like. The more I look at the draft board, the more I feel like they're going to trade down. They don't have a second-round pick this year. We all know Bill Belichick loves to trade, make some trades in the draft. I see them trading for a second-round pick and dropping out of the first round altogether.
Yeah, I agree with that. With the way the draft has panned out so far, do you guys see any running backs getting taken in the first round?
Not looking like it.
Any what?
Running backs.
Running backs getting selected in the first round.
Maybe the last pick or the last 2-3 picks.
I would love for Jonathan Taylor or J.K. Dobbins to get their due today. I just feel like both of them had such a great college career, and usually running backs with a great college career get rewarded much better than this.
Wait, so Damon Arnette was projected to go in the third round.
Exactly.
Third round. That's ridiculous.
Jerome Ford is still with us, guys, and he says, it's amazing how underrated you guys think Bill Belichick is.
Benefit of the doubt.
What does that mean? Does he mean Bill Belichick is better than what we're saying he is? Or
he's not as good as
No, it's you,
he's not as good.
All of you guys out there are kind of doubting him because Brady left.
I just don't see them doing anything this year. I'm not saying. I mean, I'm a Patriots fan. I love
Let
Bill
them
Belichick.
reload.
Bill we trust, right? But with the team this year, I just don't see them doing anything, especially with their cap situation. They're going to have to trade Gooney just to sign their draft class. They have $1 million in cap space. So there's really not much Bill Belichick could do. We had $25 million in dead cap space this year. With that, we could have signed, a couple good players, three good role players or 2-star players, so definitely this year was not even set up to be a successful season, in my opinion. And next season, however, we're set to have over $100 million in cap space. So while I do think that this year we're not going to be as good as,
including perhaps the most famous or infamous one there. They had a great debate of it's stuck with one team for the rest of your life.
9 free agents, they have a high draft pick. They make the draft and they could be right back on top of things in 2021.
For sure. This is probably the worst running back draft I've seen in terms of running backs being taken early.
They got good running backs.
No, I'm not saying that there's bad running backs. I think that Dobbins and Taylor initially should have been drafted a lot higher, but because of the positional needs of each team, they fell. But I'm saying this is the worst draft in terms of running backs being taken positionally, because no running backs have been selected so far. This is really the worst running back draft results-wise.
Hey, Steven, at 22, who are you taking?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see Minnesota there.
Minnesota Vikings are going to go with Jalen Johnson. They need a cornerback.
That's why.
What do you think of Antoine Winfield Jr.?
I mean, I love the dude. I just don't think he's worthy of a first-round selection. It's a different league out there in the NFL. The kind of size he was dealing with in a lot of Minnesota's early opponents, like Fresno State and like Southern Mississippi. These are really where he had his money games where he became well-known. That's just not really on par with the NFL talent. So while I think he can read the ball very well, he's very athletic, and obviously he is the descendant of Antoine Winfield from the Minnesota Vikings. I don't think the Vikings reach for him here at number 22.
The Eagles pick is in.
I could see Justin Jefferson go.
Yes, I agree.
I think they need some receiving threats. We saw the Eagles last year on offense, and they were
Peterson looks very happy.
I'm going to try to add a poll to this draft.
Who's the biggest loser so far?
Biggest loser so far.
Giants. Giants or Raiders.
All right, I got the poll up, guys. For fans tuning in there, we'd love to hear this. Who will be the better quarterback in the NFL, Justin Herbert or Tua Tagovailoa?
Herbert.
Let me vote. Ooh,
Herbert in the
we're
short
gonna
term for sure.
Herbert is our new Herbie fully loaded. I gotta give him some love.
The Eagles are on the.
I will go with Tua, guys.
Short term, easily Chargers. Too many weapons.
It's like in the early stages, like Justin Herbert will be better, but in the later stages, if the Dolphins draft right, they could be better than the Chargers.
Jalen Reagor, the receiver.
Who is it?
Wow.
Jalen Reagor, the TCU receiver.
Wow, another
Wow.
surprise there.
That's a reach.
That is a reach. My goodness. Justin Jefferson's
He
still
was
on
a
the board,
second-round
is he
pick.
not?
Yeah, he was a second-round pick.
Hey, I would love to see my Patriots here take Justin Jefferson with the 23rd pick.
That would be the Vikings right there, man.
Put him across from N'Keal Harry. You know,
That could be the Vikings.
Throw it up too.
All right, we're at number 21, guys. The Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly.
What do
This
you
should
think,
be your team, Trevor.
No, I used to be an Eagles fan, and then I got upset and left.
What, did Donovan McNabb not satisfy your winning desires?
No, because I think it was a playoff game with the Packers, and they got beat, and I was like, I need a new team. And that's how – it took me a while to find the Chargers. I think it took me – because I had NFL – I had Madden 06. So it was right around that time. So at least 2006, 2007, I became a Chargers fan. So I'm pretty loyal at this point.
You should have been a Raider fan, man.
I'm not a bandwagoner.
Nobody bandwagons a Raider.
What do you guys think about Tyler Johnson out of Minnesota?
I mean, he's definitely a day 3 kind of guy, but he will be a steal for a day 3 pick for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I love where he's going to be selected. Hopefully my Minnesota Vikings will bring him into the Twin Cities. We'll keep him there, rather.
But no, have the Philadelphia Eagles become the losers in this draft from their recent selection? Because I think this is the worst pick of the draft so far.
You think so? One of the Raiders?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's just so
Jalen
many wide
Reagor,
receivers that are better than this guy.
Johnson's better than this kid.
Denzel Mims, T. Higgins, Justin Jefferson, all better than this kid's. I'll tell you, if Minnesota gets Justin Jefferson, that would be a steal.
Oh, my God, please.
Or if the Patriots.
Or even Denzel Mims.
I really want the Patriots here to get Justin Jefferson.
If he falls to 24, I promise you the Saints will gladly take him.
I will be ecstatic if we take Justin Jefferson at 23 here.
Right now, the voting is coming in. Tua Tagovailoa will be the better quarterback than Justin Herbert, according to 75% of the voters
I think
out there.
long term, that's probably true. But short term, no way.
Where's
Chargers
the
have weapons.
I can't find the poll.
It's on the screen of my live stream, actually.
But no, Steven, you and me have Jalen Johnson, cornerback, being the pick here on both our mock drafts. Do you think we're right here?
I think so. I know the Vikings need to replace Stephon Diggs one way or another, but this is probably the guy they entered draft night confidently fixating on and picturing that they would select. So I think they stick with this selection. It's a guy with good athleticism, proven experience within college, championship pedigree. Let's get Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, teams get really excited about athleticism, and he is really one of the more athletic corners in this draft. If they can get his technique more precise based on scouting reports I've read, he could be the second or third best cornerback in this draft.
Yeah, he really could. He's got that game-changing athleticism, but we've seen that kind of fizzle out in the NFL before because of discipline and just mechanics when it comes to playing the game like an Xavier Rhodes. So we'll have to wait and see how this one turns out.
The Vikings are going to take Fulton watch.
And in Morris Claiborne, too. So I see him as similar to those guys.
Also, are we shocked that linebacker hasn't been taken yet?
Yeah, Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray are next, linebacker-wise.
Or Simmons is a linebacker, but I'm talking about the other ones, of course.
Yeah, if Isaiah Simmons hadn't been taken yet, you know.
The defensive, yeah, they have actually one has.
So Steven, what do you? So if who do you think the Patriots should go with here?
That's a tough one. I think that now that the Patriots, being the draft where it fell to where it is, they might want to go receiver here.
2 years in a row?
Yeah, Denzel Mims is still on the board. I really like that guy's athleticism and ability to kind of shape an offense.
What do you think of J.K. Dobbins?
Oh, J.K. Dobbins would be an absolute beast for the Patriots. It'd be a little bit of a reach given how no running backs have been selected yet, but he would be really good for the Patriots because that's what they need. They need a go-to back on all 4 downs.
Exactly. I'm over Sonny Michel at this point.
So great news for the Patriots. Their center David Andrews is going to return.
Did we get the Vikings pick in yet?
No.
All right.
But the Patriots get back their 2018 starter center.
What do you guys think about 0 running backs being selected up until this point? Is this the worst running back draft?
I kind of expected it, honestly.
Running backs don't go first round very often.
But to have none in the first round, it hasn't
0
happened
in
since
the
14.
first round right now.
I think it'll happen by the end of the first round.
I think the Chiefs are going to draft a running back.
I don't think so. If any team's going to get a running back, it's going to be the Dolphins at 26, I believe.
I think the Dolphins are going to go with J.K. Dobbins.
I mean, I'd be a fan of that.
I would love
get as many Ohio State guys in the first round as possible.
Yeah. Never saw Damon Arnette coming, but
round 2.
Now keep up in that lead on USC. We got a two player lead now? Or no, they had a player drafted too, so it's only 1 player lead again.
Stephon Diggs, who are the moved him on to Buffaloes. You see Mike Zimmer and Rick Spielman, the general manager of Minnesota. You see
no, who?
They got a lot of holes, Ruiz. They got mass defections in the secondary on defense. Maybe cornered there on defense as well. They lose.
The Vikings pick is coming in.
One-time great Minnesota.
Oh, what a great game.
Stephon Diggs going to Buffalo. That leaves Adam
Kirk Cousins making that throw that Jimmy Garoppolo can't.
We keep seeing that. We're seeing
I think you guys take Jeff Blaney.
What about Gross Matos here?
Either 22 or 25. Last year in the first round of the NFL draft, only 2 wide receivers were taken in the first round.
Or AJ Dispenza. It's the pick is in. Skull.
All right, here we go.
Justin Jefferson.
Woo!
Big pick.
What a steal. I love it.
Oh, that is one of the bigger steals of the draft.
They replaced Stephon Diggs.
You took him from us.
LSU.
Yep. Congratulations to Justin Jefferson from the LSU Tigers, from one purple and gold to the other purple and gold. I love it. He's going to be a great addition. Stephon Diggs' departure isn't going to hurt us a beat. Kirk Cousins, top 10 quarterback. Let's go to work.
Kirk Cousins, I know, top 10 quarterback.
I mean, I still think a cornerback would have been the.
Trade their pick to the Chargers. Patriots trade their pick to the Chargers.
I knew they were going to trade their pick. This is such a Bill Belichick move.
It is. Now, what pick do the Chargers have?
Typical Bill Belichick move. I think they moved out of the first round, basically, right?
I believe so. The Chargers, second round? I'm not sure.
So yet another year where I don't get to experience a pick in the first round.
Okay, but you get experience rings instead.
I don't think you guys got a second round pick though.
Patriots traded pick 23 for Chargers pick 37 and 71.
Oh yeah, you guys have the fifth pick in the second round.
5th pick in the second round, and then is that a 4th round pick? 71.
Yeah, guys. Update on the voting. Tua Tagovailoa still up in front of Justin Herbert as far as who will be the better quarterback in the NFL, 60-40.
I mean, that's not too shocking.
That's actually pretty good, actually. That's not too bad for Herbert.
Yeah, not too bad for your Charger.
I gotta give him love where he can get it.
I don't know how to vote. Otherwise, that would
You can go to your phone and go to the live stream, scroll up. There should be a poll that pops up. Or a poll button.
But no, Trevor, do you see the Chargers taking out one of the two linebackers?
When did they make
either
this
Kenneth
trade?
Murray or Queen. Do you see one of those two linebackers being taken here?
I didn't know they got this pick, actually, to be honest.
There's plenty to celebrate if you're an LSU.
When did this happen? I blinked for a second, and then now they're back on the clock.
Yeah, so the Chargers traded the for the 23rd pick. They traded the 37th, which is their second rounder, and the 3rd rounder, which is the 71st pick.
Oh wow! There goes me watching day 2.
I think linebacker.
Yeah, I think it has to be linebacker.
It has to be.
Queen or Murray?
I'm going to go with Queen. I think Queen's the better of the two.
Queen or Murray?
Monte Teo, another linebacker, and you have Bosa. It's like perfect. You have outside so you can blitz on the inside. So it has to be a linebacker.
Yeah, they have cornerbacks for days.
Or is it an offensive tackle? We could see
definitely
Jones
offensive
out of
line is
Houston.
very, very important for the Chargers right now. So,
or is it a
linebacker or
quarterback?
line? No, if it's another quarterback, I would be very upset.
Herbert and Jordan Love in the same draft class. Here
Unless
we go.
they go with a running back. That would be interesting if they go with a running back here. I'd rather have them take Jonathan Taylor or J.K. Dobbins, one of the two. J.K. Dobbins would be nice because like we need like that strong power back.
I think at 35, Patriots take Jordan Love.
But I can also see like Jonathan Taylor being like that 3rd down running back.
All right, here comes the pick.
All right.
The Chargers pick is in.
Hey, Patriots are Jordan Love, come on.
Why would they pick Jordan Love, dude? They already picked Herbert.
Hey, the Saints could take Jordan Love.
2 quarterback competition.
The Saints could take Jordan Love. Oh, the Patriots got a 2nd and a 3rd round pick.
Yeah,
Wow.
The Patriots got a good deal there.
Yeah,
They really did.
Oh,
Patriots are going to win this draft.
oh, sweet. Congrats to the Patriots. That is a good deal.
Yeah, and you guys got your center back too. Everything's going good for the Patriots.
The Chargers clearly want somebody here, which I have no idea who it is, but they clearly want.
Neither do I. It has to be a lineman. Lineman or linebacker.
It has to be Patrick Queen.
That's a good pick. That's who I thought the Patriots were going to take.
Now the Chargers are going to make this selection. Los Angeles Chargers got their quarterback in Justin Herbert earlier tonight. Let's see what they did here. The New England Patriots have traded the 23rd pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kenneth Murray.
All right.
Okay.
I thought the Raiders were taking him.
The live stream got paused for who got picked. Okay.
Yeah, Kenneth Murray. I still think Queen's the better linebacker, but can't fault the pick.
Queen is still on the board, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Queen's still on the boards.
I think at 24, it's Love. Bring us some love.
I could see it. The Saints don't have too many pressing needs, so if they don't trade back, I could see
Love.
I could see a Jordan Love here, honestly.
1 year or 2 years behind Drew Brees will do wonders.
I doubt it, dude. They have Taysom Hill, remember?
He's not a real quarterback.
I'll say he's going to be like 31, and he's only thrown like 15 passes.
Yeah, he's
in
not
his
a real
career so
quarterback.
far.
And he also said he wants the number one quarterback contract, so they're not going to do that to him.
Oh yeah, if he wants to get paid like $20 million a year, you can't
Yeah,
pay
right.
him that.
I
You
thought
cannot.
he was from Oklahoma. I'm very heartbroken now.
But the
Big 12
Vikings are
doesn't
coming
play-
up to
Big 12 doesn't play any defense.
at
So I'm
25,
like,
Jordan Love.
why?
They clearly really wanted him too because they traded a
Yes.
all-rounder.
I'll say they traded a lot to move up. Just not just a few spots, but still, that's a lot to give up.
It really is. Like if it was like for one pick, I'm like, okay, but it's for like 2 picks. You don't have a 3rd rounder now.
Yeah, they give up a 3rd round pick to move up 14 spots, which I think is a lot.
Oh, we got Sam Block coming in.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, I'm host. I'm trying to get him in here.
Get him in.
I think
I see.
What's up, guys?
Oh,
What's up,
there
Sam?
he is.
How we doing?
Oh, we're doing great.
Wonderful.
You can't see me, right?
No, it's
No.
you see your name.
Okay. Do you want to be able to see me or no?
Oh, either way.
Yeah, let's bring him in, Steven.
I'll bring you in.
Bring him in.
I gotta go shortly though.
Oh, I already got him in.
All right.
All right, let me see.
But
The
no,
host-
Sam, what's your reaction to this Chargers trade, man?
You need to bring in my video.
All right, Sam. Go ahead and bring in your own video. I made you the host.
Okay. Do you see me?
Hey,
I see
They're
you.
coming
Good.
in all goods.
Where am I? I can't see myself. You can see my face?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
see.
I can see your face.
Okay. All right. So what's the question?
What do you think about this Chargers trade that just went down? Trading
I
away
mean-
their 1st-round pick for a 2nd and a 3rd.
It's classic New England. They want to get more picks. They don't really care what people think. They don't want, they're always trading away their 1st rounder last minute. So we'll see. It looks like maybe they didn't want Jordan Love that badly because if they needed him, they would have taken him right there. So maybe they're moving back to try to, get a different quarterback. Jake Fromm, Eason, Anthony Gordon, Jalen Hurts maybe. Hurts seems like a good fit there in New England, I think. Polished quarterback, smart, good organizational guy. The Chargers wanted a linebacker, so Kenneth Murray at Oklahoma is a good choice. They got Herbert. They got their guy earlier, so I think the Chargers have had a pretty good draft. Big 12 defenders you're not always crazy about, but
That's what I said, Sam. That's what I said. I wasn't too thrilled about it, but it's a linebacker to get the job done at the end of the day.
Yeah, the Chargers, I think, Tyrod's going to be decent, but they're not going to make a Super Bowl run this year. They're probably gearing up for next year when they get Herbert, when they give him the reins.
Yep, I agree with that.
But no, speaking of Jordan Love, do you see the Saints potentially drafting him with this pick right here?
Man, if the Saints take him right here, I would love that. I would love that. I think Jordan Love's going to be, really, really good. I like the Steelers possibly taking him or the Saints possibly taking him. I think those are 2 really good landing spots for a quarterback. Sit behind Brees, sit behind Big Ben for a year or 2, and then get ready to go. I think those are 2 really good organizations, and that would be very interesting. I wouldn't necessarily do it if I were the Saints. I think Drew Brees is your guy right now. You may as well. There's going to be another good quarterback coming along next year and the year after. There's always a couple guys that could play. So I wouldn't necessarily do it if I'm the Saints. Help me win now. Saints are trying to win a Super Bowl. They should try to get a guy that could help them this season, not sit on the bench.
Yes, that is true. But out of all the rosters in the NFL, I feel like the Saints are the only one without a huge pressing need. So I think that could lend pretty well to them drafting a quarterback to sit for a year and then just not miss a beat if they view Jordan Love as the guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it if I were the Saints. I would, again, you can never have enough talent playing for you, and Jordan Love wouldn't be playing. He'd be sitting on the bench when you're trying to make a Super Bowl run. So I wouldn't do it if I'm the Saints. Again, next year there's going to be another guy that you can go and get if you want to get a quarterback. But if I'm Jordan Love, though, I'm loving that fit. It's a great fit.
Oh yeah, if you're Jordan Love, you honestly couldn't have landed in a better spot.
Yeah, but Taysom Hill still wants to be the guy that takes that over one day, even though I don't think that'll be the case.
Yeah, I don't know either. He's like, isn't he like 31 at this point? He's not a young quarterback.
Taysom Hill?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's like 29 or 30 right now.
Really? I was not aware of that at all.
Yeah, I think he got a late start in the NFL because I believe he did some missionary work out of BYU.
He's out of BYU, yeah.
He is 30 years old.
That is puzzling. Wow.
So I was saying earlier in this draft, we didn't really see too many reaches. And then proven wrong, we saw AJ Terrell go at 16. We saw Damon Arnette at 19, which I thought was insane even as an Ohio State fan. We saw Jalen Reagor go at 21. So who do you think was the biggest reach in the draft so far?
Yeah, I mean, Damon Arnette was probably the biggest reach just because he wasn't mocked to go anywhere before the second round, really, and maybe even mid-second round. But I love it. I think Damon Arnette's a stud. BIA is no joke. Ohio State consistently produces excellent defensive backs. Damon Arnette's tough. He's a tough football player. He's gotten better every year. So I think it's going to pay off for them. I think clearly cornerbacks out of Ohio State are the real deal right now. So they wanted to just go and get their guy. So I like it for the Raiders. I like it a lot. He's tough. He's going to fit in on that Raiders team.
What do you think about the pick the Eagles made? They drafted the wide receiver out of TCU when there was Justin Jefferson on the board, Denzel Mims, T. Higgins. That's the pick I think is the biggest reach.
No, Jalen Reagor's really good. It was definitely a reach because they probably could have gotten him later if they wanted him. I would have gone Justin Jefferson there out of LSU. But Reagor's good. He's going to be a really good player. He was mocked to go in first round or early second round. So I don't think it's a crazy reach. You got to just go for the guy that you think's the best. So like Henry Ruggs, again, a little bit of a reach to the Raiders. They probably could have gone Lamb or Jeudy there. But if they want to match Tyreek Hill in the AFC West, I got no problem with that.
Yeah, if they think he's the guy, I can't fault that.
Yeah, the Saints are making their pick right now.
Cesar Michigan.
Oh, Ruiz from Michigan.
Cesar Ruiz. Okay, good. Yeah. Continue to protect Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get behind that pick.
You were saying maybe the Cowboys, but he ends up going to the Saints. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought the Cowboys be better off drafting him than CeeDee Lamb. I honestly think that's one of the biggest mistakes in the draft as well, because I just don't think the Cowboys needed a wide receiver.
Oh, I disagree. CeeDee Lamb, I think, was the best pick in the draft. This dude is a baller, and he was slipping and sliding. The Cowboys stole him. The first 16 teams made big mistakes, letting him slip to the Cowboys. That's a big-time pick.
Oh, I agree that CeeDee should have been taken much earlier, but I just don't like the Cowboys getting him because you just paid a wide receiver $20 million. You have some depth at the wide receiver position. I just think they needed to help out that defense that's lost some key pieces in free agency.
Yeah, he likes flashy players though, Jerry. He wants to be flashy, so it's a perfect Cowboys pick.
I agree. Yeah, Michael Irvin said that it reminds him. CeeDee Lamb reminds him of Des Bryant. It's funny that they took him in the mid-first round.
So I'm gonna get going here. Any more questions you guys got for me? Maybe one more question before I head out.
Steal of the draft.
Steal of the draft so far?
Yep.
It's gonna sound funny. I'm gonna go Chase Young number 2. Reason being is because the Redskins lost in Week 17 to the Giants. If they had won that game and it was flipped, the Giants would have been picking Chase Young tonight. Week 17, the Redskins stole Chase Young by losing a meaningless game to the New York Giants, their division rival. Chase Young, second in the draft, easily the best player in this draft. Absolute steal, even at number 2. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to be the Rookie of the Year next year. Incredible. And they got him because they lost in Week 17.
Definitely interesting.
Thanks so much.
Interesting pick, but I see the logic behind it. It's really interesting to think about how the Giants' fortunes for the next 10 years could have been affected by that one.
part of the NFL draft.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
By the pandemic of the coronavirus.
I remember that game. Dwayne Haskins versus
including the man Cesar Ruiz will play.
Meaningless game.
All right, fellas. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Who do you guys think Vikings go with here?
I'm surprised Steven hasn't chimed
Jalen
back
Johnson.
I'm hoping it's
Jalen Johnson. I had him for their first pick.
I'm hoping it's Jordan Love.
Oh, they wouldn't do that to Kirk Cousins. They wouldn't do him dirty like that.
That'd be hilarious.
As Steven says, he's a top 10 quarterback, right?
Top 10 quarterback.
I mean, I believe that as well.
Kirk Cousins?
I think it's borderline. I think the case could be good, but definitely top.
The Vikings trade pick to Niners.
Oh, interesting. I wonder. I don't know where Isaiah is.
The Niners.
The Niners are on the clock now.
So they probably
we have Isaiah in here.
No, clock pretty much.
Isaiah's internet has been spotty, so I have no idea if he's in or not.
Is the pick here wide receiver?
For the Niners, do you think they go with
Michael Pittman?
Michael Pitt. Yeah. There's T. Higgins.
I would say I think T. Higgins is the pick here.
Or Xavier McKinney.
You see them going running back here?
Or Patrick Queen.
I know they had Mostert and Tevin Coleman, but Tevin Coleman doesn't look like he's himself anymore.
They have Breida still.
That's true, yeah. They seem to be a fan of that running back by committee.
Yeah.
They won't take running back in the first round.
That's true. Well, Tevin Coleman was what, second rounder?
Yeah.
I remember he was great at Indiana, but
I could see Miami taking DeAndre Swift.
49. I don't know. Don't sleep on JK.
I agree. I think JK is the best running back in this draft. Just from the dude can squat 700 pounds. He's a monster.
Does Seattle take a running back?
Oh, no. I'm predicting it now. Seattle trades out of the first rounds. They've done so the past 8 years.
All
right, the pick's in.
Yep.
I wonder what the Vikings got. I'm kind of looking up right now.
Brandon Ayuk. Arizona State. That's a small school. Brandon Ayuk.
I've heard of him. I've heard he has potential to be really good, but I still think T. Higgins, Denzel Mims are the safer wide receiver picks.
They reach for sure.
Second straight year, first round wide receiver out of Arizona State. Herm Edwards gets something going there.
I mean, you have to say so because.
Well, didn't the Niners have a 31st pick? Why would they even want to? He would have been there still.
Yeah,
he definitely would have been there. I think this is a reach for sure.
A major
I don't know why they traded up to get this guy. I really don't understand.
At 31st, he would have been there easily.
I agree.
So they just counteracted their trade pretty much.
I think it's somewhat of a questionable decision there.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Isaiah is probably a little upset. I know I'd be if I was a 49ers fan.
I'm gonna message him and see what he has to say.
I don't know what the Niners are thinking. I think what was he rejected at?
I was seeing him as like a mid to late second rounder. If maybe like higher mid, but still like second round pick for sure. I didn't see many mock drafts with him. in the first rounds.
I'm looking at, the best available players, and he was number 6 on ESPN's list of best available players. Now, I don't think that this list is very accurate in terms of these aren't the players that I would take, but he's definitely on the board as a early second rounder, I think.
Was he listed higher than T. Higgins and Mims?
Yeah, he's higher than T. Higgins, and I don't even see Mims on the list here.
Really? I've heard very high praises for those 2 wide receivers, so that's a little shocking.
Yeah, it has T. Higgins next, and then the next after that they have Michael Pittman, and then it's Mims.
So the Vikings get the 31st and the 117th pick.
That's a 5th round pick?
I'm assuming so.
4th round pick, probably, actually. That's not bad either.
Yeah, that's not bad on the 49ers part, but I still wouldn't have traded up in the first place.
They would have had that. They would have had him at 31.
Yeah.
Isaiah's eerily quiet about that pick.
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Hey.
Yeah.
Isaiah, that was a trash selection.
I'll say that was not the best pick.
The stupid internet's been down and back up, and it's just been really bad.
So what about
catch me up.
You guys just drafted Brandon Ayuk, the wide receiver out of.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and you guys traded up for him.
Oh, I wanted Michael
Pittman.
I'm sorry, Isaiah. That dream is gone.
Who's the host? Who's the host?
Trevor is.
Yo, what's up?
My Wi-Fi is working a little bit better, so yeah, I can afford it.
You can afford it.
So you guys gave up a 31st pick and I think a 4th round pick, 117 for number 25, and then drafted Brandon Ayuk.
One of the most.
Isaiah, why do you have your hand raised?
I'm trying to get you to make me host, so I can turn my video on.
All right. There you go. You're a host.
Bravo.
But no, honestly, think back to the first 10 picks. The first 10 picks were really predictable, but after that,
falling.
What's up? Can you guys see me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can see you.
You guys see this right now? You see this?
We see it, but you're lagging.
What a terrible
draft has
pick.
been wild.
Yeah,
Why would we take Ayuk? Ayuk was Michael Pittman was better than him. Michael Pittman and Ayuk are the same type of wide receivers. They're both physical. They both can go up and get the ball, and we take him over Pittman.
Well, I think T. Higgins is better than them both, but yeah, I agree. I would not have expected Ayuk to go at this high, especially trading up for him. I don't understand that move, like Ryan said. He probably would have definitely been there at 31.
But
oh my gosh, I can't believe
one aspect I can get behind is that he seems to be more of a speed guy, and I think that's what they need at the wide receiver position, because if you wanted a guy like that on the roster in George Kittle, so why not get a speed guy, which is something the 49ers are lacking.
The thing I don't understand is we don't have another pick until the 5th round. You just got the 4th pick from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in that trade to move up to they moved up to get Tristan Wirfs. So I thought that, we would trade out of the 31. Trade out of the 31 and get picks in the 2nd round, 3rd round. But no, we take Brandon Ayuk, and now we don't have a draft pick until the 5th round. Wow.
Yeah, a bit of an up and down draft for the 49ers, to be honest.
You could have had Jeudy at number 13. You could have had Jeudy, and then you could have also had, I don't know who's like the rest that are available, but yeah, you could have had Jeudy and Brandon Ayuk or Michael Pittman, which I think is the better prospect.
Who's the Dolphins taking here?
I could see them going with the running back, to be honest. If
If
there's
a
a
running
running back,
back's going in the first rounds,
it's in these next two picks, right? I feel like it's either the Dolphins or Seattle. Seattle definitely needs a running back. You know, we saw them bring back Marshawn Lynch last year.
So the Niners sent 3 picks. Oh, the Packers are on the clock now. The Packers.
Oh, wow, they traded out.
Yep.
Wait, the Packers?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But who do the Packers going out to try to get?
Running back or a linebacker. Queen.
I could see a linebacker for the Packers.
Because they just lost.
Yeah, it has to be Queen.
Because they just lost. What's his name? The linebacker's name. They just lost a linebacker.
By the way, did I miss Sammy Block? I heard he was on.
They lost Martinez.
Yeah, you missed him.
Yeah, Martinez. So
Yeah,
I think the
it's gonna
pick
be
here is Queen.
The Niners gave up the 37th, the 117th, and the 176th.
Oh,
Wait, what did they give up?
They gave up 3 picks.
Yeah, they gave the 37th, the 117th, and 176.
37?
Ayuk.
Yeah. 37, 117, and 176.
Wait, I just thought the Patriots just got the 37.
No. Oh, that's what it says here. That's the typo, probably.
Yeah, Niners at 31. We had 31. So
There
I
you
think
go.
they gave that.
Typo. So 31st, 117, and 176.
Got it, yeah. That's a lot, man.
So the Vikings won that trade.
All I got to say is Ayuk better be a star. He better be a star.
Wow.
He's gonna be another Dante Pettis.
That was a better trade than the one the Patriots got.
Yeah, it was. It is actually.
What, we traded Dante Pettis too?
The Packers pick is in.
All right, it has to be Queen.
I think so. Patrick. DeAndre Swift. Jordan Love. Jordan Love.
Wow.
Aaron Rodgers is going to throw a fit. Oh, my.
Well, I mean, Rodgers is getting old. It's a fact.
But he wants someone that can help him win now.
They're Brett Favre-ing him.
Yeah, they're
Oh, goodness. Oh, no.
Brett Favre.
I mean, he should have expected it.
24th pick, they took Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre was in his not in his prime, but he was still a great quarterback. At 26, they take Jordan Love when Aaron Rodgers he's still a great quarterback, but he's definitely on the downswing of things. That is
look. Fact of the matter is Rodgers is 36 years old.
They're hoping lightning strikes 3 times, man.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Fact of the matter is Rodgers is 36. He's old.
And then they traded up to get him. Who was going to pick him? Who was going to pick him?
That's crazy, guys.
I don't. I'm not a fan.
Here we go. There is our 4th quarterback taken in the first round.
I am not a fan of this pick, to be honest with you.
Oh, I'm not either. This is
an interesting pick.
I'm loving it because everyone was saying Jordan Love to the Raiders.
But Aaron Rodgers is going to be so upset with this pick because they could have gotten someone to help him. They could have gotten a wide receiver, but
the Packers and Rodgers haven't seen eye to eye in a minute.
That's true. I think they're trying to push him out like they did with Brett Favre.
That may be the case. Trade Aaron Rodgers next year.
It seems to be something that they're doing in their organization where they, when they suspect that a quarterback is starting to, go on their downswing, they tend to draft another quarterback, have him sit behind him. And it's definitely an interesting.
I think Rodgers stays this year. Next year he's gone.
I was about to ask when's Roger gonna leave, or when they're gonna kick him out.
Rodgers is on the hot seat now.
I think either his
Not
second
on the
year
hot
or
seat,
third year
but-
he's gone.
I mean, dude, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks like, of this era. Like, he's not on the hot seat. You know, he's gonna call the shots. If he wants to leave, he can leave, and he's gonna get. You know, a lot of teams are gonna want to get him. Like,
Rodgers comes to LA with the Chargers, I'll take it.
But the thing is that like my take on this pick is that I have a feeling Green Bay is going to try to force him out early because if you think about it, they've been trying to get young. Look at their coaches, LaFleur. They have a new GM, Gutekunst.
I agree with Ryan here. I would have gone receiver. Like, you saw how bad they were when Devontae Adams went out last year. They don't have any receivers other than Devontae Adams.
I wish they had a cam of Aaron Rodgers' face.
This is definitely a stab in the back to Aaron Rodgers, no doubt about it.
But I mean, that's how he got drafted in the first place. He should expect the same.
That's true.
He should expect it. He did that. It happens. It's life.
Just watch he wins 2 rings because of this.
I think Rodgers by 38 is out of Green Bay.
Where do you think he will end up?
No clue. He's 36 right now, though. Maybe the Vikings. The Vikings.
They have Kirk Cousins though.
He could go to the Jets and be like Brett Favre.
I know that's what I was thinking.
Jets and Vikings. That's where Brett Favre.
If I was Aaron Rodgers, I'd go to the Lions and beat the Packers twice a year.
Why the Lions though? You have no help.
You have Galladay. And the
Again, no help.
What about this? What if Tom Brady retires in 2 years and then Aaron Rodgers goes and takes over at Tampa Bay?
Oh my God.
I think
That'd be
Rodgers will
crazy.
still be elite.
I could see that happening though.
Tampa is like the retirement home for quarterbacks, just like the rest of Florida.
Well, Phil Rivers hasn't gone down there yet, so I don't think he's done just yet.
I think Rodgers is pissed though.
Oh my. He has to be.
Yeah, this was a surprise, man. I did not expect this.
But I think Rodgers leaves in 2 years max.
When's his contract up? Do you guys know?
By top of head, no.
I thought he recently signed a contract extension.
He did a couple years ago.
Like within the last 2 years.
The 4-year deal in 2018. So I think 2022.
Yeah, that makes sense then. Drafted
So
in
that's-
2020.
So he's a free agent, just let him walk and put in Jordan Love.
Yeah, they're gonna force him out. I can guarantee you guys.
And I mean,
I don't know. I don't view this as a great.
long term,
I
it's a
don't view
good
this
pick.
as a great situation for Jordan Love.
Yes.
I don't either. I don't.
You don't think so? You don't think it's an Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre type deal?
Oh no. I have faith in the coaching staff and the organization, but Aaron Rodgers is not going to take this kid under his wing and teach him all the tricks of being a quarterback in the
He better not.
NFL.
He better not be
I don't
another,
see Aaron
Brett
Rodgers as
Favre.
that type of quarterback.
Another Brett Favre?
Derek Carr did that?
Now, who's Seattle taking your running
I
back?
say this is just going to be another Brett Favre situation.
It's gonna be beautiful.
So
ESPN 30 for 30.
Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show this morning, or I think yesterday actually, and he said, quote, "We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be kind of cool." Rodgers says whoever the pick is, he'll track down his phone number and welcome him to the team tonight. And put that
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, not now.
That
Not
did
now.
not go very well, did it?
Call and tell him you're my backup. That's it.
Just like,
You know what's
welcome
funny?
being my backup
Mike
for
McCarthy
5
has been
years.
coach for so many years.
Like I take all the reps.
Mike McCarthy, who was his head coach for so many years, that didn't pick a skill position in the first round. First season with the Cowboys, goes out and picks CeeDee Lamb. What he doesn't.
Beautiful pick.
It's just like
Crazy.
rubbing salt in the wound.
Oh, I know. He has to be upset.
Oh, he is upset. All right. Yeah.
This is where DeAndre Swift goes right here, 27.
Oh, no. They don't pick a running back. They can't.
Who, Miami?
Seattle.
No, Seattle.
Seattle, yeah.
I can see them taking a cornerback.
I can see him taking a D-back.
Because they need to build back.
Oh, no. Defensive line here. Replacing Clowney.
Interesting.
Just watch it's a safety,
Brett
though.
Favre is 35 years old. Packers select Aaron Rodgers with 24th overall pick. 2020, Aaron Rodgers, 36 years old. Packers select Jordan Love with 26th overall pick. They just think that it's going to keep happening to them, man.
I mean,
I don't see Jordan Love as being the next Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre, though.
No, I don't see that either.
The Seahawks don't trade after 8 years of doing it.
Yeah, I wonder who the Seahawks are going to pick. You don't think they're going to pick a running back? I think they need a running back, though.
I think they go running back. They need a running back.
Oh, they J.K. Dobbins go to Seattle.
They had the second fewest sacks last year. They're going defensive line because I think they lost Clowney at this point.
You think they lost Clowney? That's what I was going to say. You don't think Clowney comes back?
I do not. So I see defensive end out of Penn State.
Albert Greer.
What about
Jordan Brooks?
Jordan Brooks. Oh.
That's what Albert Greer said. The Seahawks.
I like Epinosa too here.
I would say, if you go the defensive end out of Iowa or Penn State, you really can't go wrong with either one of those two at this point in the first rounds.
It's great to see our teams and stadiums helping those who need it the most in our community.
Wow, this is crazy, man.
Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
He was right, Jordan Brooks.
Huge reach. Who is this Jordan Brooks guy? I've never heard of him.
No.
Jordan Brooks. He led team in tackles. Second team All-American. Average 2 tackles for loss per game. First team.
I've heard of him, but
I didn't expect he was even going to go in the first round.
yeah, this is a shock with Patrick.
Yeah, why is Patrick Queen still on the board, man?
I don't know. I think he'll be 32.
Oh yeah.
Hey, checking back in, guys. Is Jordan Love still on the board?
No,
Green
he
Bay
went to
took
Green
him.
Bay.
Green Bay. Rodgers is done.
Wow, what a shock.
Rodgers
That's
is
Green
done.
Bay traded up to get Jordan Love.
You know where Rodgers is going next, Steven?
Huh?
The Vikings.
Ooh.
No, Tampa Bay once Tom Brady's done. I really see that.
Jordan Brooks is a huge reach. He wasn't even a top 3 linebacker in coming into this draft.
The Vikings got a great deal for that pick too. They got 2 draft picks, 117 and 171 for the 25th to 31st pick. They only moved down 6 picks. I don't understand that move from the Packers, really. It still baffles me, and this move baffles me as well. He doesn't look like a pass rusher.
Rodgers' contract is up 2022.
Who do you guys think Baltimore goes with here?
It has to be Queen. Queen cannot fall past the 28th pick. There's just no way.
Just watch it happen.
I mean, I've been saying Queen's going to get selected like the past 5 picks, so I'll probably be wrong again.
It
Where was
sounds
Queen
like
projected to be getting?
twist is going to happen.
What if Aaron Rodgers goes to Patriots?
Oh, I could see that. That'd be nice.
Although
we were at 12, that's the question.
Oh, that's for real song.
No way he wears 12.
I think his ego, he'll demand the number.
I actually don't think he'd go there because I don't think he'd get along with Bill Belichick like at all.
If he's pissed about his team not taking skill positions in the first round,
the Patriots are not that.
He finally goes to the Niners.
I mean, that's where he's always wanted to go, or that's where he wanted to go when he was being drafted.
That's where Brady wanted to go too.
Hey, Jordan Brooks was supposed to be a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, that's an even worse pick than the Raiders one, finally.
I'll tell you what, the first half of the draft was super predictable, and the second half has just been
a whirlwind.
Exactly.
I think if Queen falls to round 2,
Oh, I know.
If Queen falls to 37 and the Patriots get him,
My dream scenario would be the Browns get him at 41, but I cannot see him lasting that long.
I don't think so, yeah. And even Gross Matos and Epinosa.
So where was Queen projected to be selected at first?
Top 20.
Top 20 easy.
Yeah, I saw him for like the lowest I saw him was to the Patriots at 23.
16, 15.
As far as being selected later for these guys, how much do you think it motivates them?
A lot.
Yeah, because you could get cut after the draft. After you make the
not as
the
a first rounder,
camp.
Trevor.
Unless you're really that bad of a first rounder.
What about Gross Matos? Where's he at?
He's not on a team yet.
I had him going in the top 25.
He was projected for late first round. Him and Epinosa, both.
What about Xavier McKinney though?
Those were all three of those were players that I saw Patriots people had Patriots taking them in the mock drafts.
So what did the Patriots get in terms of compensation for that 23rd pick?
They got a second and third round pick for.
That's not too good.
Well, they got.
That's a great deal for the Patriots.
If you guys are watching the stream, watch my face. I am incredibly bummed right now that the team that I hate the most and the team that I always laugh at and mock just completely destroyed my Niners in trade talks. How on earth do you trade all those picks for a guy that wasn't even the top receiver at Arizona State, for goodness sake?
Woo! Skull Vikings, baby.
Dude, I can't believe they traded up for Brandon Ayuk.
Dude, Ayuk was supposed to be the 50th pick in the 2nd round.
You guys see the Patriots taking Jacob Eason
in the 2nd round or 3rd round?
In 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah, I've heard him or Fromm.
Man, Minnesota is always one of the best drafting receiving teams. I'll just put that out there. It's amazing what they've been able to do. Whatever, Martin. How are your Raiders doing?
All I gotta say is that Ayuk better be a star to make this trade worth it. He better be a superstar, not just a star.
So no running back selected yet, huh? What a little bit of a head scratcher for me.
Hey, Steven,
I feel like Miami could get a running back.
Yeah.
When was the last time we had a draft where a running back was not selected in the first round?
A couple years ago.
Hey, so Steven, now at 31, now with Minnesota at 31, I saw they had the top 5 players available up on the screen recently, and Antoine Winfield Jr. is one of them. You think that?
Let's go for him now. This is where you go in for the kill. You needed a cornerback earlier. You took the best available talent and to help replace Diggs with Justin Jefferson. Now I think you go in at cornerback.
Well, he's a safety, right? Not a corner. Defensive back, but yeah. Yeah.
Right.
On the screen right now.
You go BPA. If you're the Ravens, you go BPA right now.
No.
You don't go BPA best player available.
Show your needs. What is your
Well, I think Antoine Winfield is definitely in that conversation, but you do want to go by some needs.
I think Patrick Queen meets both best available and need for the Ravens, so I honestly think this be a slam dunk pick if they did pick him.
Yep, that would definitely beef up the Ravens D for sure.
What about
the Ravens
running back here?
The Ravens D already got they got better this offseason with Calais Campbell too.
Ravens could use a running back.
All right.
You don't think Ingram's good enough?
I mean, I think he's good, but like they can definitely like use somebody else with Lamar. I think that would be
Patrick Queen.
I would say J.K. Dobbins would be like
There we
a better
go.
fit.
6 times the charm for you, Ryan.
I will say I've been predicting Patrick Queen since like pick 18, so I'm glad he finally came off the boards.
Hey, check out the quarantine chats chat, Isaiah.
Yeah, I'm just pissed off right now. Dude, by the way, hey, I know we need some commercials during this like live stream. Get this, y'all. This is the best.
Yeah, I feel like every time I try to tout out the Niners as the next great dynasty, they just end up disappointing me and you again and again.
Just stop being a bandwagon, Steven.
Not being a bandwagon. I just think they're going to be a good team. I don't like them.
Comment down below if you think Steven's a bandwagoner.
Gonna blow up.
But no, who do we have the Tennessee Titans pick? And I think it has to be one of the edge rushers.
Absolutely.
Gross Matos.
Yeah, Gross Matos or AJ for sure.
Man, did they got the next Ray Lewis out there and Patrick Queen?
No.
Not the next Ray Lewis, but a very good linebacker for sure.
I wonder what the Titans are going to pick.
I think edge rusher. At least I'm praying for edge rusher because if they draft one, it'll more likely mean that they won't try to get Clowney in free agency and the Browns can swoop in.
Hey, I got to sign back out, guys.
To all the
I'll catch
fans
you guys
out
towards
there,
the end.
to all the fans that are watching our stream right now, this is the best tight end in football.
No.
Is his name Travis Kelce?
It's a debate between those two.
Look at this.
Who's the third best tight in the league?
This is gonna rile up my boy Shree. Shree, look at my camera. This is the best quarterback in the NFL, y'all.
Okay, now I know you're just kidding.
Say you don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, you're right. I wanted him gone for Nick Mullins.
I think at 30, Miami finally takes the first running back.
Could Tennessee take J.K. Dobbins to replace Derrick Henry? No,
no way.
That would be a bold move.
That would be a waste.
That would be a bold move.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Maybe receiver.
I think edge rusher. Or no, Miami. I think a safety, honestly.
No, Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee edge rusher for sure.
I think a receiver.
But don't they have some pretty good wide receivers already? I know AJ Brown is like year.
Yeah, AJ Brown is. Yeah, they have some pretty decent receivers, man.
And for being a run-centered team, I think you have good enough wide receivers.
Tennessee actually is a pretty strong team, to be honest. I think they're going to be a force next year.
Well, because they play in the Texans, the Colts, in that division. The AFC North?
No, AFC South.
South, okay.
They have Corey Davis, too. I like Corey Davis.
He's a little bit of a bust simply because where he was picked, but he is still a decent wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not what was he, like a top 15 pick?
What's he?
I know he was drafted pretty high out of Western Michigan.
Oh, he's a fifth. He was the fifth pick. Damn.
The fifth pick. Okay, definitely a bust.
Yeah.
Definitely a bust for that spot, but still good.
Yeah, I mean, he had 600 yards last year.
Hey guys, just letting you guys know, please subscribe to our respective podcasts YouTube channel. We've got one for Carpool Chats. We've got another one for Fan Response. Links are in the description. You can watch our archive videos where I was right, where Ryan was right, where Steven was right, where we were wrong, and you can laugh at us about it. But yeah, tune in to those YouTube channels.
These are some painful memories. All right, this was actually some good memories. Derrick Henry just looks like a man among boys there.
Oh, Derrick Henry is a beast at the running back spots.
Oh my gosh.
He looks so huge.
Hey Ryan, so since we got some time, well, actually, I'm going to throw it all to all of you guys. Since we got some time before the next pick comes in, what has been my worst hot take out of everything I've ever said?
Saying that you didn't need to fear Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, and then
let's go
proceed
one by
to
one.
have
Let's go one
Mahomes
by
destroy
one.
you.
Ryan, you going to go with me saying that I don't fear Patrick Mahomes before the Super Bowl?
I mean, I have to. It's my favorite one, at least.
Trevor.
What?
My most delusional hot take ever.
I have to sit back and listen to those because there's been a lot. I just can't pick one at this point in time.
All right, the pick is in.
All right, let's go.
There we go. Running back. Isaiah Wilson. Tackle. Georgia.
Dude, this Isaiah Wilson, nice. Glory to Georgia, baby.
Not a bad pick there.
Let's say it makes sense. They lost their star right tackle in free agency, so trying to replace him in the draft makes sense.
Thomas and Wilson gone from Georgia.
Yeah. Jake Fromm's gone too from
Jake Fromm's not gone.
I'd say in 30 or 32 has to be running back.
I gotta say, Isaiah's worst take is probably him saying that Michigan's gonna beat Ohio State every year. I think he said.
I think his worst take is the Georgia Bulldogs of saying that they're the best in college football.
Yeah,
that was today.
Or that they're gonna beat LSU last year. There's no chance.
Hey, anybody want to do a live stream tomorrow for the entire second, third, and fourth rounds of the draft? We can go like another 5 hours.
I can't.
5 hours.
I don't know if I can.
I got exams to take care of.
Yo, we've lasted like 4 hours already. It's hella funny.
It's been
I know
4 hours.
This has been crazy. It's like
It started
midnight.
at 8, so yeah, it's been.
This was Steven's plan, and he has not been here.
Steven's been in and out. I've been like doing other stuff whilst doing this.
Yeah, dude. My Wi-Fi was garbage, and now it's actually working now, which thank goodness.
My friend was saying that since they're not going to have the players, hug all their family and walk up to the stage, it's going to be quicker. But I guess that's not the case.
It felt longer.
Yeah, I feel like this draft has been longer.
Is it just me, or are they throwing more commercials?
They are.
More commercials and more highlight tapes. That's what it feels like.
I think they're telling each team to wait a good amount before they make the selection.
Yeah, they can't show the fans and like the players, so they're just showing, what is that guy wearing?
It looks like the Frozone outfit.
I think it is.
It is.
But no, if every
Why?
team picked as fast as the Browns, we could have finished this draft in like an hour.
Hey, I don't mind going 4 hours. Come on, man. I don't mind. I got nothing to do, man. We're all in quarantine right now.
I'd rather just analyze the first round at this point. It's taking way too long.
Let's say we have been going hard for 4 hours. Like,
Yes, sir.
this is a lot.
Hey, ESPN, if you're watching, come drag us, man. We got what, 5 great analysts here. We'd be doing better than most of your guys' draft analysts.
CBS.
Ryan, I actually got to disagree with you guys. I think my worst hot take that I've ever said was I'd rather have LeBron and Jason Tatum over LeBron and Anthony Davis. I think that one is the top one.
No, I still think saying you don't need to fear Patrick Mahomes at all, the best quarterback in the league. That's my favorite one, at least. By far my favorite.
That Georgia is going to beat LSU in the.
That's a good one as well.
Hey, if Georgia wasn't hurt, they would beat LSU, man.
That is a lie. You
don't know
stop
how
it right
many
now.
injuries we had.
You stop it right now.
The 4 hours are getting to me, fellas.
So nobody really fell out of the first round.
Since we still got some time right now before the next pick, I'm gonna address something like to our viewers out there. I've been getting a lot of hate for saying that I would rather have LeBron James and Jason Tatum over LeBron and Anthony Davis. Listen up. For all you guys that keep hating on me and wanting me to, say I'm sorry for that stupid take, I'm not sorry at all. In fact, I'm going to say that if I were the GM of the Lakers, if I'm running basketball operations, I'd trade Anthony Davis for Jason Tatum in a heartbeat. The reason being is that this league right now, the NBA, is a guard-heavy league. You don't win championships with big men anymore. It's not like Kobe and Gasol, where you give the ball in the post and let him do his thing. It's not that anymore. You need great guards to win championships. That's why I said I'd rather have Tatum and LeBron over AD and LeBron, because it's a wings-heavy league.
Just as ridiculous now as it was back then. Just stop it.
Ryan, Shree, you guys can feel free to counter my point.
I'll counter it by simply saying Anthony Davis is a better player than Jason Tatum. Enough said.
As a Celtics fan, I got to say that I don't think that Jason Tatum's even the best player on the Celtics. So.
Really?
Yeah.
So the Dolphins received the 4th round pick on top of the Packer pick.
All right, the pick is in. Do we have the first running back taken?
Looks like it's Justin Herbert. No, I'm just kidding.
I think it's DeAndre Swift.
It has to be DeAndre Swift.
I don't know. Safety app Alabama. He's still on the boards.
Oh yeah,
DeAndre is not the best running back.
If at 30 he's not gone, no running back is gone.
Yeah, I don't think the Chiefs take a running back at 32. If there's no running back here, there's no running backs in the first rounds.
DeAndre Swift, man, it has to be.
I could see the Chiefs taking a running back though. Like, they
I don't know. I just think they have much more pressing needs, and their running backs played fairly well in the playoffs and the Super Bowl.
That's true. I just think that they can improve. That's a position they can improve on. Whereas like most of their positions, I think they're pretty set. But yeah,
hey guys,
2 running backs in the top 5 best available.
After this pick comes in, let's rank all the from 2010 all the way until 2020, your top 10, like your power rankings for the last 10 college football national champions.
Oh, we're gonna need a lot more time than that. I say we hold that off for another podcast.
Hey, Steven, you hear that, bro? The next episode of Carpool Chats, we are going to be ranking national champions.
I think that I don't think he's on now.
Yeah, Steven's off.
Oh.
He went for a walk.
Still watching and commenting, though.
I think I'd go running back. DeAndre Swift is on the board, and he's a guy who actually, he's
Come on, we need DeAndre Swift. It has to be DeAndre Swift. Come on.
So here's an interesting fact for you guys. Ohio State has had 6 defensive backs taken in the first round in the last 4 years. Michigan has had 6 total first round selections in the past 10 years.
I'm hoping Ohio State continues to be the defensive back university.
DBU, it is.
I hope it is. Now.
No, someone else can be DBU. Ohio State will take BIA, Best in America.
That's true.
I disagree with that. I think the best in America university, it's got to be Clemson.
Clemson? Are you joking?
I mean, maybe for
bro.
5 years.
For defensive backs? No.
Oh, I know. I thought you guys were talking about overall.
Oh, no, just defensive backs.
It's
going to be DeAndre Swift.
It's got to be DeAndre Swift. Come on.
No, it's a running back, JK.
It's got to be JK. Over DeAndre Swift, JK is faster, stronger, and has produced more than DeAndre Swift has. I don't see why you would take
Swift is considered the top running back.
I know, but I don't understand why.
JK's ran for 2,000 yards this past year. He's the best running back.
He ran for 2,000 yards, and he didn't even play in the second half of most of the games.
I was about to say, if he got all of Teague's rushing yards, the man would have shattered the Ohio State single season record, which he did break, but would have absolutely shattered it if he played every game.
If they like put him in the whole game and was like actually try, he would have had 3,000 rushing yards.
Oh, close to that for sure. At least 2,500s.
Yeah. He had like 700 yards.
Cornerback.
Who is it?
Noah Igbenogany.
That's
Auburn cornerback.
That's an interesting pick.
That might be a reach.
A slight one, but I heard he was going up on everyone's draft boards towards the beginning of this draft, so I could see it, but the Dolphins are pretty good at cornerback, so this is just adding to a strength when there was a lot of weaknesses they could have addressed.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree with that. They got Byron Jones now. They got the Xavier Howard, and now they got this guy. So pretty good.
I mean, they're going to have a good defensive backfield, that's for sure, but I just think there was weaknesses they could have addressed, like safety. I mean, safety is a glaring need for them, and they had some good safeties on the boards.
Yeah, they had the guy from Alabama. I'm blanking on his name right now.
Xavier.
Xavier, yeah.
But yeah, I don't think there's a running back in the first round. Kansas City's the last hope, but I just don't see it.
Xavier McKinney, he was the 17th overall prospect, and he's still on the board.
Yeah, I think he falls out of the first round because I don't see Miami or the Chiefs needing a safety that badly.
Who's on the who's the next up? Is it the Chiefs?
Oh no, it's the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, the Vikings, right?
They got the Niners pick, remember?
Yeah, I'm still hot about that.
All right, I said this earlier. I'm going to say it now. Jalen Johnson out of Utah. I've been pounding the table for them to draft him, and
pick is in. I could see on Winfield Jr. too, just from the history with the Vikings, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know if the first round's a slam dunk for the Dolphins. Like, I don't know. I think they could have done a lot better, to be honest.
I agree. I mean, they drafted 2 positions of need, offensive tackle and quarterback. But, you know, I don't think they got the best offensive tackle available. I mean, this is a controversial opinion, I guess, but I don't think they got the best quarterback available, and I don't think they really needed a corner in the end. So,
yeah, and even when they drafted for needs, I think they kind of reached with Austin Jackson Just a little. I think they could have gotten him with their 26th pick if they didn't trade it away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. But, they had so many picks, I think that – and that's Antoine Winfield's house, by the way. They had so many picks, I don't think that they necessarily want to be too judicious with them.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be – I have a feeling it's going to be Winfield after they just showed his house.
No, Jalen Johnson, come on. It's my prediction. I want one of my predictions to come true.
Hey, we all predicted Joe Burrow and Chase Young.
I literally think that's the only pick outside of Jeff Okudah that I got right on my mock draft. I literally think that's how bad it got. Oh, here it is.
What about Tua to the Dolphins? You didn't have Tua?
Oh, the Vikings picked a cornerback, but it wasn't the right one, or at least the one I predicted.
Winfield?
No, Winfield's 50.
No, defensive back at TCU. I didn't see his name.
Oh, I saw that guy on the list. It was
he was ranked higher than Jalen Johnson.
I had some people had Jalen Johnson as like the fourth best cornerback.
Jeff Gladney?
Yeah, I haven't heard much about him, but we'll see.
He was the 43rd overall, according to ESPN. Undersized with good length and top-end speed. He has above-average short area man-to-man coverage skills. Bigger receivers give him problems at times, but he's tough and plays bigger than his size. He does a good job of reading the quarterback and playing the ball, not the man, in zone coverage. He has good timing, breaking up passes, and is opportunistic but not a natural playmaker.
I mean, he's coming at TCU, and TCU is a decent defense with decent defensive coaching. So,
if there's a Big 12 if there's a team in the Big 12 where I want to take a defensive player, I think it would be TCU.
Oh, absolutely.
So the first three picks of the draft were all Buckeyes.
Yep.
They were all in the same.
There we go. Had
Trevor's back
difficulties with internet.
The first three picks were Buckeyes.
Wow. When I'm gone, the Buckeyes go off. Wow.
The first three picks, they were all on the same team at the same time.
Yeah.
And on that team was the second pick last year.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the Vikings' 2 first-round draft picks, I can't complain too much. I mean, they got the best wide receiver they could have gotten with their selection, and they picked for needs. I may have been a slight reach, but it was still a need nonetheless. So I think the Vikings had a pretty good draft, all things considered.
Yeah. And they got a third-round pick, right, out of it?
Yep, they got
third or fourth or something.
They got a fourth from the Niners.
So yeah, good draft, I think.
Hey, who's the winners and losers of the first round so far?
First round.
I think 32 is going to be Gross Matos.
Losers so far, I think, is Philly for sure.
Oh yeah, Philly was. They had a questionable pick, and then winner. I still think it's the Cardinals. They drafted the second best defensive player, or second or third best defensive player on the board at 8. So I have to give the Cardinals the winners of the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the Cardinals, and then I think the loser is either I'm gonna say it's either got to be the Eagles or the Packers. Honestly, I don't like.
I think it's more the Packers, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't like the Packers drafting Love.
Yeah, I forgot about the Packers, so I'm gonna say Packers for sure.
I love Andy Reid's Hawaiian shirt, though.
I would say that is peak Andy Reid's.
So Jordan Love is the first skill position player since Aaron Rodgers.
So funny.
Actually, guys, another winner that you guys forgot about is the Denver Broncos, man. They were at, 15, I believe? And they got the best wide receiver in this draft.
I think the Cowboys got
wide receiver.
But, yeah.
Like when we went into today, there was no way that anybody thought that Jeudy would end up with the Broncos. Absolutely no way. That was a big shock for me.
Everyone thought they're going to trade up.
By the way, since when has Mel Kiper been on NFL Network?
Oh, this year NFL Network and ESPN came together and are doing a collaboration.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm like, I've been seeing Mel Kiper again and again. I'm like, when did he leave? But I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Is it the same thing that's playing on ESPN too?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like, it's the same broadcast, I believe. I could be wrong, but that's what I heard.
On ABC, it's different.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
is it the college game day?
On ABC, it's been coming out like a minute earlier than you guys.
Oh, wow.
I just think my stream is behind.
Yeah, it's more so the stream. I mean, we try to go based off the stream, but it's way too tempting to just look at your TV and react to the pick.
Yes, it is. You're right.
I think the Chiefs may trade back.
If they trade back, that'd be an interesting way to end the night.
Oh, no, the pick is in now.
Pick is in. Final pick, baby. Let's go.
Hey guys, breaking news as of 9 minutes ago: brother of Cowboys Dak Prescott
Yeah, I
died.
know.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Oh, wow.
Rest in peace.
32 years old.
Condolences go out.
Yes.
Do they know what happens?
It says cause of death has not been released yet.
All right. Oh, that's
that sucks.
Really sad.
oh, you have to feel for Dak. My goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, do you guys want to wait until after this pick is in to make the announcement for the next Carpool Chat show, or should we like do it now before Kansas City?
Let's
picks?
wait till after the pick.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Yeah, the pick's been in for a while. Come on. We're
They're
all
just
waiting
trying to-
here.
When do they want this to go till?
9:30.
Dude, we've been. Hey guys, bravo! We just reached 4 hours.
My goodness, I'm tired.
Can't wait to sleep.
Y'all be sleeping soundly tonight. 4 hours, man.
I'm hoping it's Swift.
Oh, come on.
If you're watching the stream, I'm not sure what this guy's name is, but he has a Jay-Z book behind him.
Oh, that's Louis Riddick, isn't it?
Louis Riddick, yeah.
Good Lord,
Running
the pick's
back
been in for
Clyde.
like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They're trying to milk it, dude, so we can reach 5 hours. Watch, we'll still be here at around 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh, please, no.
All right, the selection is in.
All right,
All right,
here we
let's
go.
He doesn't even have a smartwatch. He's wearing like an old-fashioned digital watch. I think that's hilarious.
Kansas City Chiefs select.
Let's see.
A running back, Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Oh, that is a
Wow.
shocker. Oh, my.
I knew that
Wow.
running back, but not he was not the guy I expected.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Third-round
That's
prospect.
crazy. Clyde
Wow.
Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, I believe he's a
Ooh.
third-round prospect.
Wow.
I mean, he is really good, but I just don't think he has the NFL speed. He could be like a James White, but is a James White on a team not named the Patriots really worth a first-round pick? I don't know.
It was a third-round pick, so yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he kind of reminds me of Stephen Ridley. He was out of LSU as well. You know, he had a couple good seasons. He had a 1,000-yard season with the Patriots. I think he had 2,000-yard seasons actually. But you know, he wasn't the fastest guy, but he was kind of a little bit more physical running back. I do think that the Chiefs getting a running back is a good thing, but I don't know if this is the right guy.
I just
Yeah,
don't
I
think
would have taken
running back.
DeAndre Swift.
I mean, they took their guy. Yeah, they.
I just don't think running back was that high a position in need for them. I really don't. I mean, I would have taken a linebacker, a D tackle. Honestly, I don't know. There's not many needs. I just didn't think running back was a position of great needs, especially with some good edge rushers still on the boards and safety still on the boards.
Yeah, he really reminds me of Stephen Ridley. He's 5'7" and 205 pounds, kind of built really small.
Who was the biggest fall off?
Ooh,
Fall off?
Yeah, Gross Matos or Antoine Winfield?
No, it's got to be Xavier McKinney.
Yeah,
I would say Xavier McKinney fell.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be a mid-first rounder, and he's not even in the first round yet. So
I think the Bengals will pounce on that one.
Also, edge rushers took a huge hit in this draft. There's only 2 taken in the first round, was there not?
Yeah, we have Gross Matos probably tomorrow going away easily.
Especially after the past few years where we've seen, edge rushers be taken so high. It's interesting. Like Chase Young and Chaisson were the only edge rushers, right? I can't think of anybody else.
I think Detroit's a spot where those edge rushers could go to.
Patriots for sure. They're 37. So.
Oh yeah,
I agree with the Detroit and the Patriots.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of good players in the top of the second round. A lot of players that we thought maybe could go in the first round. It should be interesting. I'm pretty excited for the 37th pick from my Patriots.
Do you think the Patriots take Thaddeus Moss?
No, I think they can take Espinosa or Gross Matos.
I think the Vikings should get Thaddeus Moss. That would be nice for Steven.
Yeah.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss's son. But I don't even think Thaddeus Moss was the best tight end in the draft.
He's not. He's not. Yeah. He was a top 10 tight end.
Yeah, it was Cole Kmet from
yeah.
was the best tight end.
And then it's Adam Trotman.
I think he's a third rounder. So actually the tight end class this year is not very good, especially after, was it last year that there were 2 tight ends in the first round, Hawkinson and
yeah,
that was last year.
Yeah. So it's definitely interesting. This year's draft has been definitely different from years in the past,
You guys think a punter gets taken this year?
No.
Yes.
Well, punters and
a weird team.
Punter and kickers always get taken, but it's like in the 6th or 7th round.
And another position that hasn't been taken that surprises me is safety, because you look at Xavier McKinney, and then you also look at Grant Delpit from LSU. He was projected in a lot of drafts to go in the first round. So I think defensive end.
But you think about a cornerback can also play safety. So if a team really needs to move a player, they could.
That's true. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
We've seen teams reach for corners today, right? We've seen
the Raiders
reach for a corner. We've seen Atlanta reach for a corner. But really, we see 3 safeties right now that had first round grades, which are Winfield, who was a late first, early second. McKinney was a mid first, and Delpit was again a late first, early second. So I see those 3 players, and I see that people are reaching for corners and not taking safeties, which is really interesting because defensive backfield, especially in the past few years, has been very important to stop the passing in the league that's growing more and more
more prevalent. Yeah.
Hey guys,
I just have to say one thing. If you're a Browns fan, you have to be very happy right now because the Browns don't have a long-term answer at either safety spot. They have short-term answers, but not long-term. And you still have every safety still available. So more likely than not, when the Browns pick at 41, they'll have their pick of at least one of the top 3 safeties, which I did not see happening. I thought the Browns would have to have traded up to get one of the safeties. And right now, it's looking like the Browns could take one with just going or just staying put at 41. So I'm extremely happy as a Browns fan right now with all the safeties still available.
Yeah, I just pulled up a tweet about all the talent that is available tomorrow. You've got Yetur Gross Matos, you've got Xavier McKinney, AJ Epinesa, DeAndre Swift, T. Higgins, Antoine Winfield, Zach Bond from Wisconsin, Jalen Hurts, Jalen Johnson, Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones.
Christian Fulton has to go tomorrow.
Yep. Ross Blacklock, J.K. Dobbins, Denzel Mims, Michael Pittman, Trayvon Diggs. That's why, I mean, I really wish the 49ers would have traded the 30. They did trade the 31st pick, but I wish they would have traded back because I could see, like, during this draft that there would be a lot of talent seeping into tomorrow's second round, third round, and beyond. So, I mean, I don't understand the move for Ayuk, and I still don't get it, but you know what? It is what it is.
Who did the Tennessee Titans pick?
They drafted
Reagor.
the guy from Georgia.
Jalen.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The right tackle. That's right. I remember now.
And as a Patriots fan, I'm really happy now that we traded to the 37th pick because I don't see a huge difference in the talent that was available at the 23rd pick, especially after the Vikings took Justin Jefferson. And what we're going to get at the 37th pick, you know, even if we see some of these top players get picked, Xavier McKinney, Antoine Winfield, AJ Epinesa, Yetur Gross Matos, you know, we still have some really talented players up in the early second round. And, you know, that trade looks better and better, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I had them picking AJ from Iowa with their first round pick, and they could easily get him with their second round pick they traded for. So the Patriots are looking pretty good right now. I agree with you on that.
They are. That's why I think the 49ers should have done what New England did. Trade out of that, you know, late pick spot in the first round and get like second round picks, third round picks, fourth round picks. Because as Shree mentioned, I don't see the difference between what we had in 25 and 31 in the second round tomorrow. You could have got, I feel like we could have gotten better wide receivers if we were targeting wide receivers at the second round over Ayuk.
I mean, yeah, some of the wide receivers taken surprised me. I mean, T. Higgins, I thought he was like guaranteed to be a first rounder, so him dropping out kind of surprised me.
Yeah, exactly. Like Ayuk, the only reason why, like I did not a mock draft, but I did a scouting report for all the receivers that I thought was going to be taken in the first round. The only reason why I put Ayuk there was because, you know, I knew that there was going to be players from like the second and third round that were going to be taken in the first round. So that's why I put Ayuk there, but I didn't expect him to go 25.
But yeah, an interesting first round to say the least. And
yep.
Boy, it's been a blast to cover, but I'm getting pretty exhausted. So
hey Ryan, before you go, to all the Carpool Chats fam out there, we've got some amazing, exciting news. Tune in next week. On next week's episode, we've got former University of Hawaii wide receiver Samson Angwai coming on to talk to us about the state of the University of Hawaii football, his thoughts on Hawaii hiring Todd Graham, also his thoughts on where he thinks that new Washington State coach Nick Rolovich, how he will adapt to Washington State and if he will succeed or not, and also the state of his Dallas Cowboys. We're going to be talking to him about that, and lastly, we will also be talking about the winners and losers of this draft with him. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. Yeah. Any final word on that, guys?
Yeah, Betty's excited about CeeDee Lamb.
Hey, man. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb, dude. What a pick.
I disagree with you guys. I think CeeDee Lamb was one of the bigger missed picks of the draft, not because of his talent, just because the Cowboys could have used so many other different positions than a wide receiver. But that's just my opinion on it.
I agree. I just think that at that position, it's just, they got to steal, like in terms of talent, that number 16 or 17, wherever he was taken. But
The only I will say this: if they trade away Amari Cooper after like a year and get a decent return for it, and then just have CeeDee Lamb on the roster to fill in that wide receiver #1 spots, this would have been a pretty darn good pick. I'll just say that if that scenario plays out.
Hey guys, Steven says to keep holding real quick because he is almost back.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm back.
There he is.
There he is.
Thank you guys so much for carrying the draft. I had a couple of family things come up, dinner and everything, but it's been such a pleasure to cover the draft with you guys. I'll just go over my two biggest surprises to make this quick. Number one was Jordan Love falling to number 25, the Packers. Or is that number 25? Yes, the number 26 to the Packers. I just didn't expect him to start out the NFL season basically pegged as a backup. So that was quite surprising to me. And then the Eagles selecting Jalen Reagor so quickly, even though there are better wide receivers on the board.
14 players from SEC taken.
Yep, no surprises there.
That's a record.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for our coverage here over at Quarantine Chats and Fan Response.
It's been a blast.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm going to give a fan shout out real quickly to Jerome Ford, who stuck with us this entire time. You get the fan shout out of the week. It's something we're going to start doing from now on. And thank you, Trevor, Ryan, Isaiah, Martin, and Shreve so much for coming on board and co-hosting. And Evan, even though he had to drop out in 2 now.
Thank you, too.
Thank
All
you,
right, guys.
Steven. It's been fun, guys. Hopefully we can do this again next year.
Let's say what a interesting 4 hours, jam-packed 4 hours for sure.
All right, we'll leave you with some written in the stars, guys. These guys are about to write their stories among the stars. Good luck to everyone drafted in the first round, and good night.
A million miles away, a message to the main. The seasons come and go, but I will never change, and I'm on my way. Let's go. Yeah, you're listening now. They say they ain't heard nothing like this in a while. That's why they play my song on so many different dials. Cause I got more fucking hits than a disciplined child. So when they see me, everybody barack, baracks. Man, I'm like a young gun, fully black,